Welcome to Madame Raven's. This way to the library. She's been expecting you.
Well, my darlings, since you have been so patient with me with my little absence, I thought I would reward you tonight with an H.P. Lovecraft. So I bring you Dunwich Horror. Gorgons and Hydra and Chimeras, dire stories of Seleno and Harpies, may reproduce themselves in the brain of superstition, but they were there before. They are transcripts, types. The archetypes are in us, and eternal. How else should the recital of that which we know in a waking sense to be false come to affect us all? Is it that we naturally conceive terror from such objects, considered it in their capacity of being able to inflict upon us bodily injury? Oh, least of all, these terrors are of older standing. They date beyond body, or without the body, they would have been the same. That kind of fear here treated a pure spiritual, that it is strong in proportion as it is objectionless on earth, that it predominates in the period of our sinless infancy, our difficulties, the solution which might afford some probable insight into our anti-mundane condition, and a peep, at least, into the shadowland of pre-existence. Charles Lamb, Witches and Other Night Fears. When a traveler in north-central Massachusetts takes the wrong fork at the junction of the Aylesbury Pike, just beyond Dean's Corner, he comes upon a lonely and curious country. The ground gets higher, and the beer-boarded stone walls press closer and closer against the ruts of the dusty, curving road. The trees of the frequent forest belt seems too large, and the wild weeds, brambles, and grasses attain a luxuriance not often found in settled regions. At the same time, the planted fields appear singularly few and barren, while the sparsely scattered houses wear a surprised uniform aspect of age, squalor, and dilapidation. Without knowing why, one hesitates to ask directions from the gnarled, solitary figures spied now and then on the crumbling doorsteps or in the sloping, rock-strewn meadows. Those figures are so silent and furtive that one feels somehow confronted by forbidden things with which it would be better to have nothing to do. When a rise in the road brings the mountains in view above the deep woods, the feeling of strange uneasiness is increased. The summits are too round and symmetrical to give a sense of comfort and naturalness, and sometimes the sky silhouettes with special clearness the queer circles of tall stone pillars, with which most of them are crowned. Gorges and ravines of problematic depth intersect the way, and the crude wooden bridges always seem of dubious safety. When the road dips again, there are stretches of marshland that one instinctively dislikes, indeed almost fears at evening, when unseen whippoorwills chatter and the fireflies come out in abnormal profusion to dance to the raucous, creepily insistent rhythms of strident piping bullfrogs. The thin, shining line of the Miskatonic upper reaches has an oddly serpent-like suggestion in its winds close to the feet of the domed hills among which it rises. As the hills draw near, one heeds their wooded sides more than their stone-crowned tops. Those sides loom up so darkly and precipitously that one wishes they would keep their distance. But there is no road by which to escape them. Across a covered bridge one sees a small village huddled between the stream and the vertical slopes of Round Mountain. The wonders at the cluster of rotting gamble roofs bespeaking an earlier architectural period than that of the neighboring region. It is not reassuring to see, on a closer glance, that most of the houses are deserted and falling to ruin, and that the broken steepled church now harbors the one slovenly mercantile establishment of the hamlet. One dreads to trust the tenebrous tunnel of the bridge, yet there's no way to avoid it. Once across, it is hard to prevent the impression of a faint, malign odor about the village street, as of the massed mold and decay of centuries. It is always a relief to get clear of the place and to follow the narrow road around the base of the hills and across the level country beyond till it rejoins Aylesbury Pike. Afterward, one sometimes learns that one has been through Dunwich. Outsiders visit Dunwich as seldom as possible, and since a certain season of horror, all the signboards point towards it having been taken down. The scenery, judged by any ordinary aesthetic canon, is more than commonly beautiful, yet there is no influx of artists or summer tourists. 2 centuries ago, when talk of witch blood, Satan worship, and strange forest presences were not laughed at, it was the custom to give reasons for avoiding the locality. In our sensible age, since the Dunwich horror of 1928 was hushed up by those who had the town's and the world's welfare at heart, people shunned it without knowing exactly why. Perhaps one reason, though, if it cannot be applied to uninformed strangers, is that the natives are now repellently decadent, having gone far along that path of retrogression so commonly in many New England backwaters. They have come to form a race by themselves, with the well-defined mental and physical stamina. The narratives now repellent of degrancy and inbreeding. The average of their intelligence is woefully low, whilst their anal reeks of overt viciousness and of half-hidden murders, incest, and deeds almost unnameable violence and perversity. The old gentry, representing the 2 or 3 Armigerous families which came from Salem in 1692, have kept somewhat above the general level of decay, though many branches are sunk into the sordid populace so deeply that only their names remain as representing the 2 or 3 Americus families which came from Salem, that only their names remain as a key to the origins they disgrace. Some of the Watleys and bishops still send their eldest sons to Harvard and Miskatonic, though those sons seldom return to the moldering gambled roofs under which their ancestors were born. No one, even those who have the facts concerning the recent horror, can say just what the matter with Dunwich, though old legends speak of unhallowed rites and conclaves of the Indians, amid which they forbidden shapes of shadows out of the great round hills, and made wild orgistic prayers that were answered by loud cracking and rumblings from the ground below. In 1747, the Reverend Abijah Hordley, newly come to the Congregational Church at Dunwich Village, preached a memorable sermon on the close presence of Satan and his imps, in which he said, "It must be allowed that these blasphemies of an infernal train of demons are matters of too common knowledge to be denied. The cursed voices of Azazel and Berzael, of Beelzebub and Beel, being heard from under the ground by above a score of credible witnesses now living. I myself did not more than a fortnight ago catch a very plain discourse of evil powers in the hills behind my house, wherein there was a rattling and rolling, groaning, screeching, and hissing, such as no things of this earth could raise up, and which must needs have come from the caves of that only black magic can discover, and only the devil unlock." Mr. Hordley disappeared soon after delivering this sermon, but the text, printed in Springfield, is still extant. Noises in the hills continue to be reported from year to year, and still form a puzzle to geologists and physiographers. Other traditions tell of foul odors near the hill-crowning circles of stone pillars, and of rushing airy presences to be heard faintly at certain hours from stated points at the bottom of the great ravines, while still others try to explain the devil's hop-yard, a bleak, blasted hillside where no tree, shrub, or grass blade will grow. Then, too, the natives are mortally afraid of the numerous whippoorwills which grow vocal on warm nights. It is vowed that the birds are psychopomps lying in wait for the souls of the dying, and that they time their eerie cries in unison with the sufferer's struggling breath. If they can catch the fleeing soul when it leaves the body, they instantly flutter away, chittering in demonic laughter. But if they fail, they subside gradually into a disappointed silence. These tales, of course, are obsolete and ridiculous, because they come down from a very old times. Dunwich is indeed ridiculously old, older by far than any of the communities within 30 miles of it. South of the village one may still spy the cellar walls and chimney of the ancient Bishop House, which was built before 1700, whilst the ruins of the mill at the falls, built in 1806, form the most modern piece of architecture to be seen. Industry did not flourish here, and the 19th century factory movement proved short-lived. Oldest of all are the great rings of rough-hewn stone columns on the hillside, but these are more generally attributed to the Indians than to the settlers. Deposits of skulls and bones found within these circles and around the sizable table-like rock on Sentinel Hill sustain the popular belief that such spots were once the burial places of the Pocumtucks, even though many ethnologists, regarding the absurd improbability of such a theory, persist in believing the remains Caucasian. It was in the township of Dunwich, in the large and partly inhabited farmhouse, set against the hillside 4 miles from the village, and 1.5 miles from any other dwelling, that Wilbur Whatley was born at 5 a.m. on Sunday, the 2nd of February, 1913. This date was recalled because it was Candlemas, which people in Dunwich curiously observe under another name, and because of the noises in the hills had sounded, and all the dogs of the countryside had barked persistently throughout the night before. Less worthy of notice was the fact that the mother was one of the descendant Watleys, a somewhat deformed, unattractive albino woman of 35, living with an ancient and half-insane father, about whom the most frightful tales of wizardry had been whispered in his youth. Lavinia Watley had no known husband, but according to the custom of the region, made no attempt to disavow the child, concerning the other side of whose ancestry the country folk might and did speculate as wildly as they chose. On the contrary, she seemed strangely proud of the dark, goatish-looking infant who formed such a contrast to her own sickly, pink-eyed albinism, and was heard to mutter many curious prophecies about its unusual powers and tremendous future. Lavinia was one who would be apt to mutter such things, for she was a lone creature given to wandering amidst thunderstorms in the hills, and trying to read the great odorous books which her father had inherited through 2 centuries of Watleys, which were fast falling to pieces with age and wormholes. She had never been to school, but was filled with disjointed scraps of ancient lore that the old Watleys had taught her. The remote farmhouse had always been feared because of old Watley's reputation for black magic, and the unexplained death by violence of Mrs. Watley, when Lavinia was 12 years old, had not helped to make the place popular. Isolated among strange influencers, Lavinia was fond of wild and grandiose daydreams and singular occupations, nor was her leisure much taken up by household cares in a home from which all standards of order and cleanliness had long since disappeared. There was a hideous screaming which echoed above even the hill noises, and the dogs barking on the night that Wilbur was born, but no known doctor or midwife presided at his coming. Neighbors knew nothing of him till a week afterwards, when old Watley drove his sleigh through the snow into Dunwich village, and discoursed incoherently to the group of lodgers at Osborne's general store. There seemed to be a change in the old man, an added element of furtiveness in the clouded brain which subtly transformed him from an object to a subject of fear, though he was not one to be perturbed by any common family event. Amidst it all, he showed some trace of pride later, noticed in his daughter, and what he said of the child's paternity was remembered by many of his hearers years afterwards.
"I dunner ken what folk think. If Lavinia's boy looks like his pa, he wouldn't look like nothing you'd expect. You dinna think the only folks in the folks hereabout. Lavinia's read some and has seed some things that most of y'all tell about. I calculate her man is a good husband as ye ken this side of Aylesbury. And if ye knowed as much about the hills as I do, ye wouldn't ask no better church wedding nor her'n. Let me tell you something. Some days you folk'll hear of a child of Lavinia's a-calling its father's name on the top of old Sentinel Hill."
The only persons who saw Wilbur during the first month of his life were old Zachariah Watley, of the undecayed Watleys, and Earl Sawyer's common-law wife, Mamie Bishop. Mamie's visit was frankly one of curiosity, and her subsequent tales did justice to her observations. But Zachariah came to lead a pair of Alderney cows, which old Watley had bought off his son Curtis. This marked the beginning of a course of cattle buying on the part of a small Wilbur's family, which ended only in 1928, when the Dunwich horror came and went. Yet at no time did the remarkable Whatley barn ever seem overcrowded with livestock. There came a period when people were curious enough to steal up and count the herd that grazed precariously on the steep hillside above the old farmhouse, and they could never find more than 10 or 12 anemic, bloodless-looking specimens. Evidently some blight or distemper, perhaps sprung from the unwholesome pasture or the diseased fungi and timbers of the filthy barn, caused by heavy mortality amongst the motley animals. Odd wounds or sores, having something of the aspect of incisions, seemed to afflict the visible cattle, and once or twice during the early months, certain callers fancied they could discern similar sores about the throats of the gray, unshaven old man and his slatternly, crinkled-haired albino daughter. In the spring after Wilbur's birth, Lavinia resumed her customary rambles in the hills, bearing in her misappropriation arms the swarthy child. Public interest in the Whatleys subsided after most of the country folk had seen the baby, and no one bothered to comment on the swift development which that newborn seemed every day to exhibit. Wilbur's growth was indeed phenomenal, for within 3 months of his birth he had attained a size and muscular power not usually found in infants under a full year of age. His motions and even his vocal sounds showed a restraint and deliberateness highly peculiar in an infant. And no one was really unprepared when, at 7 months, he began to walk unassisted, with falterings which another month was sufficient to remove. It was somewhat after this time, on Halloween, that a great blaze was seen at midnight on the top of Sentinel Hill, where the old table-like stone standeth amidst its tumulus of ancient bones. Considerable talk was started when Silas Bishop, of the undecayed bishops, mentioned having seen the boy running sturdily up that hill ahead of his mother about an hour before the blaze was remarked. Silas was rounding up a stray heifer, but had nearly forgot his mission when he fleetingly spied the 2 figures in the dim light of his lantern. They darted almost noiselessly through the underbrush, and the astonished watcher seemed to think they were entirely unclothed. Afterwards he could not be sure about the boy, who may have had some kind of a fringe belt and a pair of dark blue trunks or trousers on. Wilbur was never subsequently seen alive, and conscious without complete and tightly buttoned attire. The disarrangement or threatened disarrangement of which always seems to fill him with anger and alarm. His contrast with his squalid mother and grandfather in this respect was thought very notable, until the horror of 1928 suggested the most valid of reasons. The next January, gossips were mildly interested in the fact that Lavinia's black-haired brat had commenced to talk, and at the age of only 11 months his speech was somewhat remarkable, both because of its difference from the ordinary accents of the region, and because it displayed a freedom from infantile lisping of which many children of 3 or 4 might well be proud. The boy was not talkative, yet when he spoke, he seemed to reflect some elusive element wholly unpossessed by Dunwich and its citizens. The strangeness did not reside in what he said, or even in the simple idiom he used, but seemed vaguely linked with his intonation, or with the internal organs that produced the spoken sounds. His facial aspect, too, was remarkable for its maturity, for though he shared his mother and grandfather's chinlessness, his firm and precocious shaped nose, united with the expression on his large, dark, almost Latin eyes, to give him an air of quasi-adulthood and well-nigh preternatural intelligence. He was, however, exceedingly ugly, despite his appearance of brilliancy, there being somewhat almost goatish or animalistic about his thick lips, large pored yellow skin, coarse crinkly hair, and oddly elongated ears. He was soon disliked even more decidedly than his mother and grandsire, and all conjectures about him were spiced with references of the bygone magic of old Watley, and how the hills once shook when he shrieked the dreadful name of Yog-Sothoth in the midst of a circle of stone, with a great book open in his arms before him. Dogs abhorred the boy, and he was always obliged to take various defense measures against their barking menace. Meanwhile, old Watley continued to buy cattle without measurably increasing the size of his herd. He also cut timber and began to repair the unused parts of his house, a spacious, peaked roof affair, whose rear end was buried entirely in the rocky hillside, and whose 3 least ruined ground-floor rooms had always been sufficient for himself and his daughter. There must have been prodigious reserves and strength in the old man to enable him to accomplish so much hard labor, and though he still babbled dementedly at times, his carpentry seemed to show the effects of sound calculation. It had really begun as soon as Wilbur was born, when one of the many tool sheds had been put suddenly in order, clapboarded, and fitted with stout fresh lock. Now, in restoring the abandoned upper story of the house, he was a no less thorough craftsman. His mania showed itself only in his tight boarding up of all of the windows in the reclaimed section, though many declared it was a crazy thing to bother with. The reclamation of all. Less inexplicable was his fitting up of another downstairs room for his new grandson, a room which several callers saw, though no one was ever admitted to the closely boarded upper story. This chamber he lined with tall, firm shelving, along which he began gradually to arrange, in apparently careful order, all the rotting ancient books and parts of books, which, during his own day, had been heaped promiscuously in odd corners of the various rooms. "I made some use of 'em," he would say as he tried to mend a torn black letter page with paste prepared on the rusty kitchen stove. "But the boy's fittin' to make better use of 'em. He'd ordered to have 'em as well sought as he can, for they're going to be all of his larnin'." When Wilbur was a year and 7 months old, in September of 1914, his size and accomplishments were almost alarming. He had grown as large as a child of 4, and was fluent and incredibly intelligent talker. He ran freely about the fields and hills, and accompanied his mother on all of her wanderings. At home he would pore diligently over the queer pictures and charts in his grandfather's book, while old Watley would instruct and catechize him through long, hushed afternoons. By the time the restoration of the house was finished, and those who watched it wondering why one of the upper windows had been made into a solid plank door, it was a window in the rear of the east gable house, close against the hill, but no one could imagine why a cleated wooden runway was built up to it from the ground. About the period of this work's completion, people noted that the old tool house tightly locked and windowlessly clapboarded. Since Wilbur's birth had been abandoned again, the door swung listlessly open, and when Earl Sawyer stepped within, after a cattle-selling call on old Whiteley, he was quite discomposed by the singular odor he encountered. Such a stench, he averred, as he had never before smelt it in all his life, except near the Indian circles on the hill, which could not come from anything sane or of this earth. But then the homes and sheds of the Dunwich folk have never been remarkable for olfactory immaculateness. The following months were void of visible events, save that everyone swore to a slow but steady increase in the mysterious hill noises. On May Eve of 1915, there were tremors which even the Aylesbury people felt, whilst the following Halloween produced an underground rumbling queerly synchronized with bursts of flame. Them which Whatley's doin' from the summit of Sentinel Hill. Wilbur was growing up uncannily, so that he looked like a boy of 10 as he entered his 4th year. He read avidly by himself now, but talked much less than formerly. A settled taciturnity was absorbing him, and for the first time people began to speak specifically of the dawning look of evil in his goatish face. He would sometimes mutter an unfamiliar jargon and chant in bizarre rhythms which chilled the listeners with a sense of unexplained terror. The aversion displayed towards him by dogs had now become a matter of wide remark, and he was obliged to carry a pistol in order to traverse the countryside in safety. He occasionally used the weapon, did not enhance his popularity amongst the owners of canine guardians. The few callers at the house would often find Lavinia alone on the ground floor, while odd cries and footsteps resounded in the boarded-up 2nd story. She would never tell what her father and boy were doing up there, though once she turned pale and displayed an abnormal degree of fear when a Josca's fish peddler tried the locked door leading to the stairway. The peddler told the store loungers at Dunwich Village that he thought he heard a horse stamping at that floor above. The loungers reflected, thinking of the door in the runway, and of the cattle that so swiftly disappeared. Then they shuddered as they recalled tales of old Whatley's youth, and of the strange things that are called out of the earth when a bullock is sacrificed at the proper time to certain heathen gods. It had for some time been noticed that dogs had begun to hate and fear the whole Whatley place as violently as they hated and feared young Wilbur personally. In 1917, the war came, and Squire Sawyer Whatley, as chairman of the local draft board, had hard work finding a quota of young Dunwich men fit even to be sent to a development camp. The government, alarmed at such signs of wholesale regional decadence, sent several officers and medical experts to investigate, conducting a survey which New England newspaper readers may still recall. It was the publicity attending this investigation which set reporters on the track of the Whatleys, and caused the Boston Globe and Arkham Advertiser to print flamboyant Sunday stories of young Wilbur's precociousness. Old Whatley's black magic, the shelves of strange books, the sealed 2nd story of the ancient farmhouse, and the weirdness of the whole region and its hill noises. Wilbur was 4.5 then, but looked like a lad of 15. His lip and cheek were fuzzy, with a coarse dark brown, and his voice had begun to break. Earl Sawyer went out to the Watley place with both sets of reporters and cameramen and called their attention to the queer stench which now seemed to trickle down from the sealed upper spaces. It was, he said, exactly like a smell he had found in the tool shed abandoned when the house was finally repaired, and like the faint odor which he sometimes thought he caught on the stone circles on the mountains. Dunwich folk read the stories when they appeared, and grinned over the obvious mistakes. They wondered, too, why the writers made so much of the fact that old Watley always paid for his cattle in gold pieces of extremely ancient date. The Watleys had received their visitors with ill-concealed distaste, though they did not dare court further publicity by a violent resistance or refusal to talk. For a decade, the annals of the Watleys, undistinguishable into the general life of a morbid community, used their queer ways and hardened to their May Eve and All Hallows orgies. Twice a year they would light fires on the top of Sentinel Hill, at which time the mountain's rumblings would recur with greater and greater violence. Whilst all seasons there were strange and portentous doings at the lonely farmhouse. In the course of time, callers professed to hear sounds in the sealed upper stories, even when all the family were downstairs, and they would wonder how swiftly or how lingeringly a cow or bullock was unusually sacrificed. There was a talk of a complaint to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, but nothing ever came of it, since Dunwich folk are never anxious to call the outside world's attention to themselves. About 1923, when Wilbur was a boy of 10, whose mind, voice, stature, and bearded face gave all the impressions of maturity, a second great siege of carpentry went out at the old house. It was all inside the sealed upper part, and from bits of discarded lumber people concluded that the youth and his grandfather had knocked out all the partitions and even removed the attic floor, leaving only one vast open void between the ground story and the peaked roof. They had torn down the great central chimney, too, and fitted the rusty range with a flimsy outside tin stove pipe. In the spring after this event, old Watley noticed the growing number of whippoorwills that would come out of Cold Spring Glen to chirp under his window at night. He seemed to regard the circumstance as one of great significance, and told the loungers at Osborne's that he thought his time had almost come. "They whistle just in tune with my breathing now," he said, "and I guess they're getting ready to catch my soul. They know it's a-going about, and I don't calculate to miss it. You'll know, boys, after I'm gone, whether they get me or not. If they do, they'll keep me a-singing and laughing till break o' day. If they don't, they'll kinder quiet down like. I expect them and the souls they hunt for to have some pretty tough tussle sometimes." On Lambeth night, 1924, Dr. Houghton of Aylesbury was hastily summoned by Wilbur Watley, who had lashed his one remaining horse through the darkness and telephoned from Osborne's in the village. He found old Watley in a very grave state, with a cardiac action and stentorous breathing that told of an end not far off. The shapeless albino daughter and oddly bearded grandson stood by the bedside, whilst from the vacant abyss overhead there came a disquieting suggestion of the rhythmical surging and lapping, as of waves on some level beach. The doctor, though, was chiefly disturbed by the chattering night birds outside, a seemingly limitless legion of whippoorwills that cried their endless message in repetition, timed diabolically to the wheezing gasps of the old man. It was uncanny and unnatural. Too much, thought Dr. Houghton, like the whole region had entered so reluctantly in response to the urgent call. Towards 1 o'clock, old Watley gained consciousness and interrupted his wheezing to choke out a few words to his grandson. "More space, Willie. More space soon. You grows, and that grows faster. It'll be ready to starve you soon, boy. Open up the grates to Yog Sothoth with the long chant that you'll find on page 751 of the complete edition, and then put a match to the prison. Fire from earth can't burn it now." He was obviously quite mad. After a pause, during which the flock of whippoorwills outside adjusted their cries to the altered tempo, which some indications of the strange hill noises came from afar off, he added another sentence or two. "Feed it regularly, Willie, and mind the quantity. But don't let it grow too fast for the place. If her bus quarters or gets about before he opens to Yog Sothoth, it's all over and no use. Only them from beyond can make it multiply and work. Only them. The old ones as wants to come back." But the speech gave place to gasps again, and Lavinia screamed at the way the whippoorwills followed the change. It was the same for more than an hour. When the final throaty rattle came, Dr. Houghton drew shrunken lids over the glazed gray eyes as the tumult of birds faded imperceptibly to silence. Lavinia sobbed, but Wilbur only chuckled whilst the hill noises rumbled faintly. "They didn't get him," he muttered in his heavy bass voice. Wilbur was by this time a scholar of really tremendous erudition in his one-sided way, and was quietly known by correspondence to many librarians in distant places where rare and forbidden books of olden days are kept. He was more and more hated and dreaded around Dunwich because of certain youthful disappearances which suspicion laid vaguely at his door, but was always able to silence inquiry through fear or through use of that fund of old-time gold which still, as his grandfather's time, went forth regularly and increasingly for cattle buying. He was now tremendously mature of aspect, and his height, having reached the normal adult limit, seemed inclined to wax beyond the figure. In 1925, when a scholarly correspondence from Miskatonic University called upon him one day, and departed pale and puzzled, he was fully 6 3/4 feet tall. Through all the years, Wilbur had treated his half-deformed albino mother with growing contempt, finally forbidding her to go to the hills with him on May Eve and Hallowmas. And in 1926, the poor creature complained to Mamie Bishop of being afraid of him. "There's more about him as I know than I can tell you, Mamie," she said. "Nowadays there's no more what I know myself. I have vowed for God I didn't know what he wanted nor what he's trying to do." That Halloween, the hill noises sounded louder than ever, and fire burned on Sentinel Hill as usual, but people paid more attention to the rhythmic screaming of a vast flock of unnaturally belated whippoorwills which seemed to be assembled near the unlighted Watley farmhouse. After midnight their shrill notes burst into a kind of pandemonic cacophonic which filled all the countryside, and not until dawn did they finally quiet down. Then they vanished, hurrying southward, where they were fully a month overdue. What this meant, no one could be quite certain till later. None of the country folk seemed to have died. But poor Lavinia Watley, the twisted albino, was never seen again. In the summer of 1927, Wilbur repaired 2 sheds in the farmyard and began moving his books and effects out to them. Soon after, Earl Sawyer told the loungers at the Osborne that more carpentry was going on in the Whately house. Wilbur was closing all the doors and windows on the ground floor, and seemed to be taking out partitions as he and his grandfather had done upstairs 4 years before. He was living in one of the sheds, and Sawyer thought he seemed unusually worried and tremulous. People generally suspected him of knowing something of his mother's disappearance, and very few ever approached his neighborhood now. His height had increased to more than 7 feet, and showed no signs of ceasing its development. The following winter brought an event no less strange than Wilbur's first trip outside the Dunwich region. Correspondence with the wider library at Harvard, the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, the British Museum, the University of Buenos Aires, and the library of Miskatonic University at Arkham had failed to get him the loan of a book he desperately wanted. So at length he set out in person, shabby, dirty, bearded, and uncouth of dialect, to consult the copy at Miskatonic, which was the nearest to him geographically. Almost 8 feet tall and carrying a cheap new valise from Osborne's general store, this dark, goatish gargoyle appeared one day in Arkham in quest of the dreaded volume, save to find his way to the university grounds, where indeed he passed heedlessly by the great white-fanged watchdog that barked with unnatural fury and enmity, and tugged frantically at its stout chain. Wilbur had with him the priceless but imperfect copy of Dr. Dee's English version, which his grandfather had bequeathed to him, and upon receiving access to the Latin copy, he at once began to collate the 2 texts with the aim of discovering a certain passage which would have come on the 751st page of his own defective volume. This much he could not civilly refrain from telling the librarian. The same erudite Henry Armitage, A.M. Miskatonic, Ph.D., Princeton, Lit. D., John Hopkins, who had once called at the farm and who now politely plied him with questions. He was looking, he had to admit, for a kind of formula or incantation containing the frightful name Yog-Sothoth, and it puzzled him to find discrepancies, duplications, and ambiguities which made the matter of determination far from easy. As he copied the formula he finally chose, Dr. Armitage looked involuntarily over his shoulder at the open pages, the left-hand one, which, in the Latin verse, contained such monstrous threats to the peace and sanity of the world. "Nor is it to be thought," ran the text as Armitage mentally translated it, "that man is either the oldest or the last of earth's masters, or that the common bulk of life and substance walks alone. The old ones were, the old ones are, and the old ones shall be, not in the spaces we know, but between them. They walk serene and primal, undimensioned and to us
unseen. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and the guardian of the gate. Past, present, future are all in one in Yog-Sothoth. He knows where the old ones broke through of old, where they shall break through again. He knows where they have trod earth's fields, and where they still tread them, and why no one can behold them as they tread. By their smell can men sometimes know them near, but of their semblance can no man know, save only in the features of those they have begotten on mankind. And of those there are many sorts, differing in likeness from man's trust, Adion, to that shape without sight or substance which is they. They walk unseen and foul in lonely places, where the words have been spoken and the rites howled through their seasons. The wind gibbers with their voices, and the earth mutters their consciousness. They bend the forest and crush the city, yet may not forest nor city behold the hand that smites. Karath in the cold waste hath known them, and what man knows Kadath? The ice desert of the south, the sunken isles of the ocean hold stones, whereon their seal is engraved. But who hath seen the deep frozen city or the sealed tower, long garlanded with seaweed and barnacles? Great Cthulhu is their cousin, yet can he spy them only dimly. Shub-Nugrath, as foulness shall ye know them. Their hand is at your throat, yet ye see them not, and their habitation is even one with your guarded threshold. Yog-Sothoth is the key to the gate, whereby the spheres meet. Man rules now where they ruled once. They shall soon rule where man rules now. After summer is winter, and after winter, summer. They wait, patient and potent, for here shall they reign again. Dr. Armitage, associating what he was reading with what he had heard of Dunwich and its brooding presence, and of Wilbur Whatley, and his dim, hideous aura that stretched from a dubious birth to a cloud of probable matricide, felt a wave of fright as tangible as a draught of the tomb's cold clamminess. The bent, goatish giant before him seemed like the spawn of another planet or dimension, like something only partly of mankind, linked to the black gulfs of essence, an entity that stretched like Titan phantasms beyond all spheres of force and matter, space and time. Presently Wilbur raised his head and began speaking in that strange, resonantly fashion which hinted at sound-producing organs, unlike the run of mankind's. "Mr. Armitage," he said, "I calculated I've got to take that book home. They's things in it that I got to try under certain conditions that I can't get here, and it would be a mortal sin to let a red tape rule hold me up. Let me take it along, sir, and I'll swear they won't nobody know the difference. I don't need to tell you I'll take good care of it. It wasn't me that put this D copy in the shape it's in." He stopped as he saw
firm denial on the librarian's face, and his own goatish features grew crafty. Armitage, half ready to tell him he might make a copy of what parts he needed, thought suddenly of the possible consequences and checked himself. There was too much responsibility in giving such a being the key to such blasphemous outer spheres. Whatley saw how things stood and tried to answer lightly. "Well, all right, if you feel that way about it. Maybe Harvard won't be so fussy as you be." And without saying more, rose and strode out of the building, stooping at each doorway. Armitage heard the savage yelping of the great watchdog and studied Whatley's gorilla-like lope as he crossed the bit of campus visible from the window. He thought of the wild tales he heard and recalled the old Sunday stories in the Advertiser. These things, and the lore he had picked up from Dunwich rustics and villagers during his one visit there. Unseen things, not of the earth, or at least not of tri-dimensional earth, rushed fetid and horrible through New England's glens, and brooded obscenely on the mountain tops. Of this he had long felt certain. Now he seemed to sense the close presence of some terrible part of the intruding horror, and to glimpse a hellish advance in the black dominion of the ancient and once passive nightmare. He locked away the Necronomicon with a shudder of disgust, but the room still reeked with an unholy and unidentifiable stench. "As a foulness shall you know them," he quoted. Yes, the odor was the same as that which had sickened him at the Whatley farmhouse less than 3 years before. He thought of Wilbur, goatish and ominous, once again, and laughed. Yes, the odor was the same as that which had sickened him at the Whatley farmhouse less than 3 years before. He thought of Wilbur, goatish and ominous, once again, and laughed mockingly as the village rumors of his parentage. "Inbreeding?" Armitage muttered half aloud to himself. "Great God, what a simpletons! Show them Arthur Macon's Great God Pan, and they'll think it a complete Dunwich scandal. But what thing, what cursed shapeless influence on or off this three-dimensional earth was Wilbur Whatley's father? Born on Candlemas, 9 months after May Eve of 1912, when the talk of the queer earth noises reached clear to Arkham. What walked on the mountains that May night? Was Rudmus horror fastened itself on the world in half-human flesh and blood? During the ensuing weeks, Dr. Armitage set about to collect all possible data on Wilbur Whatley and the formless presence around Dunwich. He got in communication with Dr. Houghton of Aylesbury, who had attended old Whatley in his last illness, and found much to ponder over in the grandfather's last words, as quoted by the physician. A visit to Dunwich village failed to bring out much that was new, but a close survey of the Necronomicon in those parts which Wilbur had sought so avidly seemed to supply new and terrible clues to the nature, method, and desires of the strange evil so vaguely threatening this planet. Talks with several students of archaic lore in Boston, and letters to many others elsewhere, gave him a growing amazement which passed slowly through varied degrees of alarm to a state of real, acute, spiritual fear. As the summer drew on, he felt dimly that something ought to be done about the lurking terrors of the upper Miskatonic Valley, and about the monstrous being known to the human world as Wilbur Whatley. The Dunwich Orage itself came between Lammas and the equinox in 1928, and Dr. Armitage was among those who witnessed its monstrous prologue. He had heard, meanwhile, of Wheatley's grotesque trip to Cambridge, and of his frantic efforts to borrow or copy from the Necronomicon at the Windermere Library. Those efforts had been in vain, since Armitage had issued warnings of the keenest intensity to all librarians having charge of the dreaded volume. Wilbur had been shockingly nervous at Cambridge, anxious for the book, yet almost equally anxious to get home again, as if he feared the result of being away long. Early in August the half-expected outcome developed, and in the small hours of the 3rd, Dr. Armitage was awakened by the wild, fierce cries of the savage watchdog on the college campus. Deep and terrible, the snarling, half-mad growls and barks continued, always in mounting volume, but with hideous, significant pauses. Then there rang out a scream from a wholly different throat, such a scream as roused half the sleepers of Arkham and haunted their dreams ever after. Such a scream as could come from no being born of earth, or wholly of earth. Armitage hastened into some clothing and rushed across the street and lawn to the college building, saw what others were ahead of him, and heard the echoes of a burglar alarm still shrilling from the library. An open window showed black and gaping in the moonlight. What had come had indeed completed its entrance, for the barking and the screaming, now fast fading into a mixed low growl and moaning, proceeded unmistakably from within. Some instinct warned Armitage that what was taking place was not a thing for unfortified eyes to see, so he brushed back the crowd with the authority as he unlocked the vestibule door. Among the others he saw Professor Warren Rice and Dr. Francis Morgan, men whom he had told some of his conjectures and misgivings, and these two he motioned to accompany him inside. The inward sounds, except for watchful, droning whine from the dog, had by this time quite subsided. But Armitage now perceived with a sudden start that the loud chorus of whippoorwills among the shrubbery had commenced a damnable rhythmic piping, as if in unison with the last breath of a dying man. The building was full of frightful stench, which Armitage knew too well, and the three men rushed across the hall to the small genealogical reading room whence the low whining came. For a second nobody dared to turn on the light, when Armitage summoned up his courage and snapped the switch. One of the three, it is not certain which, shrieked aloud at what sprawled before them among disordered tables and overturned chairs. Professor Rice declared that he wholly lost conscience for an instant, though he did not stumble or fall. The thing that lay half bent on its side, in a fetid pool of greenish-yellow ichor and tarry stickiness, was almost 9 feet tall, and the dog had torn off all the clothing and some of the skin. It was not quite dead, but twitched silently and spasmodically, while its chest heaved in monstrous unison with the mad piping of the expectant whippoorwills outside. Bits of shoe leather and fragments of apparel were scattered about the room. Just inside the window, an empty canvas sack lay where it had evidently been thrown. Near the central desk, a revolver had fallen, a dented but undischarged cartridge, later explaining why it had not been fired. The thing itself, however, crowded out all other images at the time. It would be trite and not wholly accurate to say that no human pen could describe it, but one may properly say that if it could not be vividly visualized by anyone whose idea of aspect and contour were too closely bound up with the common life forms of this planet and of the 3 known dimensions. It was partly human, beyond a doubt, with very man-like hands and head, and the goatish, chinless face had the stamp of the Watleys upon it. But the torso and lower parts of the body were teratologically fabulous, so that only generous clothing could ever enable it to walk on earth unchallenged or uneradicated. Above the waist, it was semi-anthropomorphic, though its chest, where the dog's rendering paws still rested watchfully, had the leathery, reticulated hide of a crocodile or alligator. The back was piebald with yellow and black and dimly suggested the squamous covering of certain snakes. Below the waist, though, it was the worst, for here all human semblances left off and sheer fantasy begin. The skin was thickly covered with a coarse black fur, and from the abdomen a score of long greenish-gray tentacles with red suckering mouths protruded limply. Their arrangement was odd and seemed to follow the symmetries of some cosmic geometry unknown to Earth or the solar system. On each of the hips, deep set, is a kind of pinkish, chelated orbit, what was seemed to be a rudimentary eye, whilst in lieu of a tail there depended a kind of trunk or feeler with purple annular markings, and with many evidences of being an underdeveloped mouth or throat. The limbs, save for the black fur, roughly resembled the hind legs of prehistoric Earth's giant saurians, and terminated in the ridgy, veined pads, which were neither hooves nor claws. When the thing breathed, its tail and tentacles rhythmically changed color, as if from some circulatory cause normal to non-human side of its ancestry. In the tentacles this was observable as deepening of the greenish tinge, while in the tail it was manifest as a yellowish appearance, which alternated with a sickly gray-white in the spaces between the purple rings. Of genuine blood there was none, only the fetid green-yellow ichor which trickled along the painted floor beyond the radius of the stickiness, and left a curious discoloration behind it. As the presence of the 3 men seemed to rouse the dying thing, it began to mumble without turning or raising its head. Dr. Armitage made no written record of its mouthings, but asserts confidently that nothing in English was uttered. At first the syllables defied all correlation with any speech of Earth, but towards the last came some disjointed fragments, evidently taken from the Necronomicon, that monstrous blasphemy in quest of which the thing had perished. Those fragments, as Armitage recalls them, ran something like Ngai, Ngha, Gha, Bug, Shagag, Geha, Yaga, Yug Sagath, Yug Sagath. They trailed off into nothingness, as the whippoorwill shrieked in rhythmic crescendo of unholy anticipation. Then came a halt in the gasping, and the dog raised its head in a long, lugubrious howl. A change came over the yellow, goatish face of the prostrate thing, and the great black eyes fell in appallingly. Outside the window, the shrilling of the whippoorwills had suddenly ceased, and above the murmuring of the gathering crowd there came the sound of a panic-struck whirring and fluttering. Against the moon, vast clouds of feathery watchers rose and raced from sight, frantic at that which they had sought for prey. A All at once the dog started up abruptly, gave a frightened bark, and leapt nervously out the window by which it had entered. A cry rose from the crowd, and Dr. Armitage shouted to the men outside that no one must be admitted until the police or medical examiner came. He was thankful that the windows were just too high to permit of peering in, and drew the dark curtain carefully down over each one. By the time 2 policemen had arrived, Dr. Morgan, meeting them in the vestibule, was urging them for their own sakes to postpone entrance to the stench-filled reading room until the examiner came, and the prostrate thing could be covered up. Meanwhile, frightful exchanges were taking place on the floor. One need not describe the kind and rate of shrinkage and disintegration that had occurred before the eyes of Dr. Armitage and Professor Rice. But it is permissible to say, aside from the external appearance of face and hands, the real human elements in Wilbur Whatley must have been very small. When the medical examiner came, there was only a sticky, whitish mass on the painted boards, and the monstrous odor had nearly disappeared. Apparently Whatley had no skull or bony skeleton, at least in any true or stable sense. He had taken somewhat after his unknown father. Yet all of this was only the prologue of the actual Dunwich horror. Formalities were gone through by bewildered officials. Abnormal details were duly kept from the press and public, and men were sent to Dunwich and Aylesbury to look up property and notify any who might be heirs of the late Wilbur Whatley. They found the countryside in great agitation, both because of the growing rumblings beneath the doomed hill, and because of the unwonted stench and the surging, lapping sounds which came increasingly from the great empty shell formed by Whatley's boarded-up farmhouse. Earl Sawyer, who tended the horse and cattle during Wilbur's absence, had developed a woeful acute case of nerves. The officials devised excuses not to enter the noisome bolted place, and were glad to confine their survey of the deceased living quarters, the newly mended sheds, to a single visit. They filed a ponderous report at the courthouse in Aylesbury, and litigations concerning heirship are said to be still in progress among the innumerable Whatleys, decayed and undecayed, of the upper Miskatonic Valley. An almost interminable manuscript, in strange characters, written in a huge ledger, and adjudged a sort of diary, because of the spacing and the variation in inks and penmanships, presented a baffling puzzle to those who found it on the old bureau which served as its owner's desk. After a week of debate, it was sent to Miskatonic University, together with the deceased collection of strange books, for study and possible translation. But even the best linguists soon saw that it was not likely to be unriddled with ease. No trace of the ancient gold with which Wilbur and old Whatley always paid their debts has yet to be discovered. It was in the dark of September 9th that the horror broke loose. The hill noises had been very pronounced during the evening, and dogs barked frantically all night. Early risers on the 10th noticed a peculiar stench in the air. About 7 o'clock, Luther Brown, the hired boy at George Corey's, between Cold Springs Glen and the village, rushed frenziedly back from his morning trip to 10-Acre Meadow with the cows. He was almost convulsed with fright as he stumbled into the kitchen and the yard outside, and no less frightened herd was pawing and lowing pitifully, having followed the boy back in the panic they shared with him. Between the gasps, Luther tried to stammer out his tale to Mrs. Corey. Up there in the road beyond the glen, Miss Corey. There's something been there. It smells like thunder. And all the brushes and them little trees is pushed back from the road like they'd a house been moved along it. And that ain't the worst, neither. They's prints on the road, Miss Corey. Great round prints as big as barrel heads, all sunk down deep like an elephant had been along. Only they's a sight more 4 feet could make. I looked at one or two afore I ran, and I see what one had covered with lines spreading about from one place, like as if big palm leaf fans, twixt or 3 times as big as any they is, had a been pounded down the road, and the smell was awful, like what is around Wizard Watley's old house. Here he faltered, and seemed to shiver afresh with fright that had sent him flying home. Mrs. Corey, unable to extract more information, began telephoning the neighbors, thus starting on its rounds the overture of panic that heralded the major terrors. When she got Sally Sawyer, housekeeper at Seth Bishop's, the nearest place to Watley's, it became her turn to listen instead of transmit, for Sally's boy, Chauncey, who slept poorly, had been up on the hill towards Watley's, and had dashed back in terror after one look at the place and the pasture where Mr. Bishop's cows had been left out all night. "Yes, Miss Corey," said Sally, tremulous voice over the party wire. "Chauncey, he just come back a-boasting in, and couldn't half talk for being scared. He says old Watley's house is all blown up with the timber scattered around like they'd been dynamite inside, only the flat-bottom floor ain't through. But it's all covered with a kind of tar-like stuff that smells awful, and dripping down often the edges of the ground where the side timbers is blowed away, and they'd awful kinder marks in the yard, too. Great round marks, bigger round than a hogshead, and all sticky with stuff like was on the blowed-up house. Chauncey says they let off to the medders, where a great swath wider than a barn is matted down, and all the stone walls tumbled every which way where'er it goes. And he says Miss Corey is how he sought to look for Seth's cows. Frightened as he was, he found 'em in the upper pasture nigh the Devil's Hop Yard, in an awful state. Half of 'em clean gone, and nigh half of them what's left is sucked mostly dry of blood, with sores on 'em like they'd been on Watley's cattle ever since Lavinia's black brat was born. Seth had gone about now to look at 'em, though I'll vow he wa'n't cur to give it much nigh Wizard Watley's. Chauncey didn't look keerful to see where the big matted down swath led arter it left the pasture, but he says it's pointed towards the glen road to the village. I tell you, Miss Corey, there's something abroad as had ortn't be abroad, and I for one think that Black Wilbur Watley, come as to bad and he deserved, is at the bottom of the breeding of it. He weren't all human himself, I always said to everybody, and I think he's an old Watley must raise something in that there nailed-up house, as ain't even human as he was. They always been unseen things around Dunwich, living things, as ain't human, and ain't good for human folk. The ground was a-talking last night, and towards morning, Chauncey he heard the whippoorwill so loud in Coldspring Glen he couldn't sleep none. Then he thought he heard another faint-like sound over towards Wizard Watley's, and kinder ripped her, teared her wood, like some big box or crate was being opened for off. What with this and that, he didn't get to sleep at all till sun up. Ain't no sooner was he up this morning but he gone over to Watley's and seen what the matter. He's seen enough, I tell you, Miss Corey. This don't mean no good, and I think all the men folk ought to get up a party and do something I know something awful about, and feeling my time is nigh, though only God knows just what it is. Did your Luther take account of what them big tracks led to? No. Well, Miss Corey, if they were on the Glen Rud, this side of the Glen, and ain't got to your house yet, I calculate they must be go into the Glen itself. They would do that. I always say Cold Spring Glen ain't no healthy nor decent place. The whippoorwills and fireflies there never did act like they were critters of God, and they's them as says ye kin hear strange things a-rustling and a-talking in the air down there if you stand in the right place, between the Rock Falls and Bear's Den. By that noon, fully 3/4 of the men and boys of Dunwich were trooping over the rocks and meadows between the newly made Watley ruins and Cold Spring Glen, examining in horror the vast, monstrous prints, the maimed cattle bishop, the strange, noisome wreck of the farmyard, and the bruised, matted vegetation of the fields and roadsides. Whatever had burst loose upon the world had assuredly gone down into the great sinister ravine, for all the trees on the banks were bent and broken, and a great avenue had been gouged in the precipice hanging under brush, and it was as though a house, launched by an avalanche, had slid down through the tangled growths of the almost vertical slope. From below no sound came, but only a distant, undefinable fetor, and it is not to be wondered that the men preferred to stay on the edge and argue, rather than descend and beard the unknown cyclopean horror and its lair. 3 dogs that were with the party had barked furiously at first, but seemed cowed and reluctant when near the glen. Someone telephoned the news to the Aylesbury Transcript, but the editor, accustomed to wild tales from Dunwich, did no more than concoct a humorous paragraph about it, an item soon after reproduced by the Associated Press. That night everyone went home, and every house and barn was barricaded as stoutly as possible. Needless to say, no cattle were allowed to remain in open pasture. About 2 in the morning, a frightful stench and the savage barking of the dogs awakened the household at Elmer Fry's, on the eastern edge of Cold Spring Glen, and all agreed that they could hear a sort of muffled swishing or lapping sound from somewhere outside. Mrs. Fry proposed telephoning the neighbors, and Elmer was about to agree when the noise of splintered wood burst in upon the deliberations. It came apparently from the barn, and was quickly followed by a hideous screaming and stamping amongst the cattle. The dogs slathered and crouched close to the feet of the fear-numbed family. Fry lit a lantern through force of habit, but knew it would be death to go out into that black farmyard. The children and women folk whimpered, kept from screaming by some obscure, vestigial instinct of defense, which told them their lives depended on silence. At last the noise of the cattle subsided to a pitiful moaning, and a great snapping, crashing, and crackling ensued. The Frys huddled together in the sitting-room, did not dare move until the last echoes died away far down in Cold Spring Glen. Then, amid the dismal moans from the stable and the demonic piping of late whippoorwills in the glen, Selina Fry tottered to the telephone and spread what news she could of this second phase of the horror. The next day all the countryside was in a panic and cowed. Uncommunicative groups came and went where the fiendish thing had occurred. 2 titan swaths of destruction stretched from the glen to the Fry farmyard. Monstrous prints covered the bare patches of ground, and one side of the old red barn had completely caved in. Of the cattle, only about a quarter could be found and identified. Some of these were in curious fragments, and all that survived had to be shot. Earl Sawyer suggested that help be asked from Aylesbury or Arkham, but others maintained it would be of no use. Old Zebulon Whatley, of a branch that hovered about halfway between soundness and decadence, made darkly wild suggestions about rites that ought to be practiced on the hilltops. He came of a line where tradition ran strong, and his memories of chanting in the great stone circles were not altogether connected with Wilbur and his grandfather. Darkness fell upon a stricken countryside, too passive to organize for real defense. In a few cases, closely related families would band together and watch in the gloom under one roof. But, in general, there was only a repetition of the barricading of the night before, and a futile, ineffective gesture of loading muskets and setting pitchforks handily about. Nothing, however, occurred except some hill noises, and when the day came there was many who hoped that the new horror had gone as swiftly as it had come. There were even bold souls who proposed an offensive expedition down in the glen, though they did not venture to set an actual example to the still reluctant majority. When night came again, the barricading was repeated, though there was less huddling together of families. In the morning, both the Fry and the Seth Bishop households reported excitement among the dogs and vague sounds and stenches from afar, while early explorers noted with horror a fresh set of monstrous tracks in the road skirting Sentinel Hill. As before, the sides of the road showed a bruising, indicative of the blasphemous, stupendous bulk of the horror, whilst the conformation of the tracks seemed to argue a passage in two directions, as if the moving mountain had come from Cold Springs Glen and returned to it along the same path. At the base of the hill, a 30-foot swath of crushed shrubbery and saplings led steeply upward, and the seekers gasped when they saw that even the most perpendicular places did not deflect the inexorable trail. Whatever the horror was, it could scale a sheer stony cliff of almost complete verticality, and the investigators climbed around the hill's summit by safer routes. They saw that the trail ended, or rather reversed there. It was here that the Whatleys used to build their hellish fires and chant their hellish rituals by the table like stone on May evening in Hallowmass. Now that very stone formed the center of a vast space thrashed around by the mountainous horror, whilst upon it, a slightly concave surface, was a thick, fetid deposit of the same tarry stickness observed on the floor of the ruined Whatley farmhouse when the horror escaped. Men looked at one another and murmured. Then they looked down the hill. Apparently the horror had descended by a route much the same as that of its ascent. To speculate was futile. Reason, logic, and normal ideas of motivation stood confounded. Only old Zebulon, who was not with the group, could have done justice to the situation or suggested a plausible explanation. Thursday night began much like the others, but it ended less happily. The whippoorwills in the glen had screamed with such unusual persistence that many could not sleep, and about 3 a.m. all the party telephones rang tremulously. Those who took down their receivers heard a fright-mad voice shriek out, "Help! Oh, my God!" And some thought a crashing sound followed the breaking off of the exclamation. There was nothing more. No one dared to do anything, and no one knew till morning whence the call came. Then those who had heard it called everyone on the line and found that only the Frys did not reply. The truth appeared an hour later, when a hastily assembled group of armed men trudged out to the Fry place at the head of the glen. It was horrible, yet hardly a surprise. There were more swaths and monstrous prints, but there was no longer any house. It had caved in like an eggshell, and amongst the ruins nothing living or dead could be discovered. Only a stench and a tarry stickiness. The Elmer Frys had been erased from Dunwich. In the meantime, a quieter, yet even more spiritually poignant phase of the horror had been blackly unwinding itself behind the closed doors of a shelf-lined room in Arkham. The curious manuscript record, or diary of Wilbur Whatley, delivered to Miskatonic University for translation, had caused much worry and bafflement among the experts in languages both ancient and modern. Its very alphabet notwithstanding a general semblance to the heavy yeah, you be that way. To the heavily shaded Arabic used in Mesopotamia, being absolutely unknown to any available authority. The final conclusion of the linguists was that the text represented an artificial alphabet, giving the effect of a cipher, though none of the usual methods of cryptographic solutions seemed to furnish any clue, even when applied on the basis of every tongue the writer might conceivably have used. The ancient books taken from Whatley's quarters, while absorbing, interesting, and in several cases promising to open up new and terrible lines of research among philosophers and men of science, were of no assistance whatever in this matter. One of them, a heavy tome with an iron clasp, was in another unknown alphabet, this one of a very different cast, and resembling Sanskrit more than anything else. The old ledger was at length given wholly into the charge of Dr. Armitage, both because of his peculiar interest in the Whatley matter, and because of his wide linguistic learning and skills in the mystical formula of antiquity and in the Middle Ages. Armitage had an idea that the alphabet might be something esoterically used by certain forbidden cults which have come down from old times, which have inherited many forms and traditions from the wizards of the Sarconic world. That question, however, he did not deem vital, since it would be unnecessary to know the origin of the symbols if, as he suspected, they were used as a cipher in a modern language. It was his belief that, considering the great amount of text involved, the writer would scarcely have wished the trouble of using another speech than his own, save perhaps in certain special formulae and incantations. Accordingly, he attacked the manuscript with the preliminary assumption that the bulk of it was in English. Dr. Armitage knew, from the repeated failures of his colleagues, that the riddle was a deep and complex one, and that no simple mode of solution could merit even a trial. All through late August he fortified himself with the massed lore of cryptography, drawing upon the fullest resources of his own library, and waiting night after night amid the arcana of Trithmaeus's Polygraphia, Giabon Baptista Portia's De Furtive Litteram Notis, de Venetries, Traité de Chaffres, Falconer's Cryptomeris Factate, Patafacta, Davies's and Thickness's 18th century treatise, and such fairly modern authorities as Blair, von Martin, and Kubler's cryptograph. He interspersed his study of the books with attacks on the manuscript itself, and in time became convinced that he had to deal with one of those subtlest and most ingenious of cryptograms, in which many separate lists of correspondence, letters are arranged like multiplication tables, and handed down through a long line of mystical experimenters. Several times he seemed near daylight, only to be set back by some unforeseen obstacle. Then, as September approached, the clouds began to clear. Certain letters, as used in certain parts of the manuscript, emerged definitely and unmistakably, and it became obvious that the text was indeed in English. On the evening of September 2nd, the last major barrier gave way, and Dr. Armitage read for the first time a continuous passage of Wilbur Whately's Annals. It was, in truth, a diary, as he had thought, and it was crouched in a style clearly showing the mixed occult erudition and general illiteracy of the strange being who wrote it. Almost the first long passage that Armitage deciphered, an entry dated November 26, 1916, proved highly startling and disquieting. It was written, he remembered, by a child of 3 1/2, who looked like a lad of 12 or 13. Today learned the Aklo for the Sabbath. It ran, which did not like, it being answerable from the hill and not from the air. That upstairs more ahead of me than I had thought it would be, and is not like to have much earth brain. Shot Ellum Hutchins's collie Jack when he went to bite me, and Ellum says he would kill me if he does. And Ellum says he would kill me if he dast. I guess he won't. Grandfather kept me saying the dough formula last night, and I think I saw the inner city at the 2 magnetic poles. I shall go to those poles when the earth is cleared off, if I can break through enough of the do-han. Do-na. If I can break through with the do-na formula when I commit it. They from the air told me that Sabbath that it will be years before I can clear off the earth. And I guess Grandfather will be dead then, so I shall have to learn all the angles of the planes and all the formulas between the yer and the nigger. They from the outside will help, but they can not take body without human blood. That upstairs looks like it will have the right cast. I can see it a little when I make the Yours sign or blow the power of the Nibgazi at it. And it is near like them at May Eve on the hill. The other face may wear off some. I wonder how I shall look when the earth is cleared, and there are no earth beings on it. He that came with the Anklo Sabbath says I may be transfigured, there being much of outside to work on. Morning found Dr. Armitage in a cold sweat of terror and a frenzy of wakeful concentration. He had not left the manuscript all night, but sat at his table under the electric light, turning page after page, with shaking hands as fast as he could decipher the cryptic text. He had nervously telephoned his wife he would not be home, and when she brought him a breakfast from the house, he could scarcely dispose of a mouthful. All that day he read on, now and then halted maddeningly at the reapplication of the complex key became necessary. Lunch and dinner were brought him, but he ate only the smallest fraction of either. Towards the middle of the next night he drowsed off in his chair, but soon woke out of a tangle of nightmares, almost as hideous as the truths and menaces to man's existence that he had uncovered. On the morning of September 4th, Professor Rice and Dr. Morgan insisted on seeing him for a while, and departed trembling and ashen. That evening he went to bed, but slept only fitfully. Wednesday, the next day, he was back at the manuscript, and began to take copious notes, both from the current sections and from those he had already deciphered. In the small hours of the night, he slept a little in an easy-chair in his office, but was at the manuscript again before dawn. Some time before noon, his physician, Dr. Hartwell, called to see him and insisted that he cease work. He refused, intimating that it was of the most vital importance for him to complete the reading of the diary, and promising an explanation in the due course of time. That evening, just as twilight fell, he finished his terrible perusal and sank back exhausted. His wife, bringing his dinner, found him in a half-comatose state, but he was conscious enough to warn her off with a sharp cry when he saw her eyes wander towards the notes he had taken. Weakly rising, he gathered up the scribbled papers and sealed them all in a great envelope, which he immediately placed inside his coat pocket. He had sufficient strength to get home, but was so clearly in need of medical aid that Dr. Hartwell was summoned at once. As the doctor put him to bed, he could only mutter over and over again, "But what, in God's name, can we do?" Dr. Armitage slept, but was partly delirious the next day. He made no explanations to Hartwell, but in his calmer moments he spoke of the imperative need of a long conference with Rice and Morgan. His wilder wanderings were very... Again, that was the chair. His wilder wanderings were very startling indeed, including frantic appeals that something in a boarded-up farmhouse be destroyed, and fantastic references to some plan for the extirpation of the entire human race and all animal and vegetable life from the earth by some terrible elder race of beings from another dimension. He would shout that the world was in danger, since the elder things wished to strip it and drag it away from the solar system and cosmos of matter into some other plane or phase of entity from which it had once fallen. Vigilantillion. Whoa, that's a word. Vigitillions of eons ago. At other times he would call for the dreaded Necronomicon and the daemonolarity of Remigius, in which he seemed hopeful of finding some formula to check the peril he conjured up. "Stop them! Stop them!" he would shout. "Whatley's meant to let them in, and the worst of all is left. Tell Rice and Morgan we must do something. It's a blind business, but I know how to make the powder. It hasn't been fed since the 2nd of August, when Wilbur came here to his death, and at that rate—" But Armitage had sound physique despite his 73 years, and slept off his disorder that night without developing any real fever. He woke late Friday, clear of head though sober, with the gnawing fear and tremendous sense of responsibility. Saturday afternoon he felt able to go over to the library and summon Rice and Morgan for a conference, and the rest of that day and evening the three men tortured their brains in the wildest speculation and the most desperate debate. Strange and terrible books were drawn voluminously from the stacked shelves and from secure places of storage, and diagrams and formulae were copied with feverish haste in a bewildering abundance. Of skepticism there was none. All three had seen the body of Wilbur Whatley as it lay on the floor in a room of that very building, and after that not one of them could feel even slightly inclined to treat the diary as a madman's ravings. Opinions were divided as to the notifying the Massachusetts State Police, and the negative final vote won. There were things involved which simply could not be believed by those who had not seen a sample, as indeed was made clear during certain subsequent investigations. Late at night, the conference disbanded without having developed a definite plan, but all Sunday Armitage was busy comparing formulae and mixing chemicals obtained from the college laboratory. The more he reflected on the hellish diary, the more he was inclined to doubt the efficacy of any material agent in stamping out the entity which Wilbur Whatley had left behind him. The earth-threatening entity which, unknown to him, was to burst forth in a few hours and become the memorable Dunwich Horror. Monday was a repetition of Sunday with Dr. Armitage, for the task in hand required an infinity of research and experiment. Further consultations of the monstrous diary brought about various changes of plans, and he knew that even in the end a large amount of uncertainty must remain. By Tuesday he had a definite line of action mapped out, and believed he would try a trip to Dunwich within the week. Then on Wednesday the great shock came. Tucked obscurely away in a corner of the Arkham Advertiser was a fastidious little item from the Associated Press, telling what a record-breaking monster the bootleg whiskey of Dunwich had raised up. Armitage, half-stunned, could only telephone for Rice and Morgan. Far into the night they discussed, and the next day was a whirlwind of preparation on the part of them all. Armitage knew he would be meddling with terrible powers, yet he saw there was no other way to annul the deeper and more malign meddling with others had done before him. Friday morning, Armitage, Rice, and Morgan set out by motor for Dunwich, arriving at the village about 1 in the afternoon. The day was pleasant, but even in the brightest sunlight a kind of quiet dread and portent seemed to hover about the strangely domed hills and the deep, shadowy ravines of the stricken region. Now and then on some mountain top a gaunt circle of stone could be glimpsed against the sky. From the air of hushed fright at Osborne's store they knew something hideous had happened, and soon learned of the annihilation of Elmer Fry, house and family. Throughout the afternoon they rode around Dunwich, questioning the natives concerning all that had occurred, and seeing for themselves, with rising pangs of horror and dread, Fry ruins and their lingering traces of the tarry stickiness, the blasphemous tracks in the Fry yard, the wounded Seth Bishop cattle, and the enormous swaths of disturbed vegetation in various places. The trail up and down Sentinel Hill seemed to Armitage of most cataclysmic significance, and he looked at the and he looked long at the sinister altar-like stone on the summit. At length the visitors, apprised of a party of state police which had come from Aylesbury that morning in response to the first telephone reports of the Fry tragedy, decided to seek out the officers and compare notes as far as practicably. This, however, they found more easily planned than performed, since no sign of the party could be found in any direction. There had been 5 of them in a car, but now the car stood empty near the ruins of the Fry yard. The natives, all of whom had talked with the policeman, seemed at first as perplexed as Armitage and his companions. Then old Sam Hutchins thought of something and turned pale, nudging Fred Farr and pointing to the dank, deep hollow that yawned close by. "God," he gasped. "I telled 'em not to go down there in the glen, and I never thought nobody'd do it. With them tracks and that smell and the whippoorwills a-screechin' down there in that dark, old noonday—" A cold shudder ran through the natives and visitors alike, and every ear seemed strained in a kind of instinctive, unconscious listening. Armitage, now that he had actually come upon the horror in its monstrous work, trembled with the responsibility he felt to be his. Night would soon fall, and it was then that the mountainous blasphemy lumbered upon its eldritch course. Negotium perambulum in terribis. The old librarian rehearsed the formulae he had memorized and clutched the paper containing the alternative ones had he not memorized. Containing the alternative ones he had not memorized. He saw that his electric flashlight was in working order. Rice, beside him, took from a valise a metal sprayer of the sort used in combating insects, whilst Morgan uncased the big game rifle on which he relied, despite his colleagues' warnings that no material weapon would be of help. Armitage, having read the hideous diary, knew painfully well what kind of manifestation to expect. But he did not add to the fright of the Dunwich people by giving any hints or clues. He hoped that it might be conjured without any revelation to the world of the monstrous thing it had escaped. As the shadows gathered, the natives commenced to disperse homeward, anxious to bar themselves indoors despite the present evidence that all human locks and bolts were useless before a force that could bend trees and crush houses when it chose. They shook their heads at the visitors' plan to stand guard at the Fry ruins near the glen, and as they left had little expectancy of ever seeing the watchers again. There were rumblings under the hill that night, and the whippoorwills piped threateningly. Once in a while, a wind, sweeping up out of Cold Spring Glen, would bring a touch of ineffable fetor to the heavy night air, such a fetor as all 3 of the watchers had smelled once before, when they stood above a dying thing that had passed for 15 years and a half as a human being. But the looked-for terror did not appear. Whatever was down there in the glen was biding its time, and Armitage told his colleagues it would be suicidal to try to attack it in the dark. Morning came wanly, and the night sounds ceased. It was a gray, bleak day, with now and then a drizzle of rain, and heavier clouds seemed to be piling themselves up beyond the hills to the northwest. The men from Arkham were undecided what to do, seeking shelter from the increasing rainfall beneath one of the few undestroyed Fry outbuildings. They debated the wisdom of waiting or of taking the aggressive and going down into the glen in quest of their nameless, monstrous quarry. The downpour waxed in heaviness, and distant peals of thunder sounded from far horizons. Sheet lightning shimmered, and then a forking bolt flashed near at hand, as if descending into the accursed glen itself. The sky grew very dark, and the watchers hoped that the storm would prove a short, sharp one, followed by clear weather. It was still gruesomely dark when, not much over an hour later, a confused babble of voices sounded down the road. Another moment brought into view a frightened group of more than a dozen men, running, shouting, and even whimpering hysterically. Someone in the lead began sobbing out words, and the Arkham men started violently. When those words developed a coherent form. "Oh, my God, the voice choked out. "It's a-going again, and this time by day. It's about moving this very minute, and only the Lord knows when it'll be upon us all." The speaker panted into silence, but another took up his message. "Nigh on an hour ago, Zeb Watley here heard the phone a-ringing, and it was Miss Corey, George's wife that lives down by the junction. She says she hired the boy Luther, was about driving in the cows from the storm arter the big bolt when he sees all the trees a-bending in the mouth of the glen, opposite side ter this, and smelt the same awful smell he smelt when he found the big tracks last Monday morning. And he says they were a-swishing, lapping around more nor what the bending trees and bushes could make. And all of a sudden, the trees along the rut began to get perched to one side, and they were awful stomping and splashing in the mud. But mind you, Luther, he didn't see nothing at all, only just the bending trees and the underbrush. Then fur ahead, where Bishop's Brook goes under the rut, he heard an awful creaking and straining on the bridge. And says he could tell the sound of wood starting to crack and split. And all the while he never seen a thing, only them trees and bushes a-bending. And when the swishing sound got fur off, on the rud towards Wizard Watley's and Sentinel Hill, Luther had his guts to step up what he heard at first and looked at the ground. It was all mud and water, and the sky was dark, and the rain was wiping about all the tracks about as fast as could be. But beginning at the glen mouth, where the trees been moving, they was still some of them awful prints, big as barrels, like seen Monday." At this point, the first excited speaker interrupted. "But that ain't the trouble now. That was only the start. Zeb here was calling folks up, and everybody was a-listening in when a call from Seth Bishop cuts in. His housekeeper, Sally, was carrying on a fit to kill. She had seed the trees a-bending beside the rud, and said that there was a kind of mushy sound, like an elephant puffing a tremendous head for the house. Then she up and spoke sudden for a fearful smell, and says her boy Chauncey was a-screaming at how it was just like when he'd smelt up to the Watley Rewin Monday morning, and the dogs were all barking and whining awful. And then she let out about a terrible yell, and says that she shed down the road had just caved in like the storm had blown it over, only the wind wasn't strong enough to do that. Everybody was a-listening, and you could hear a lot of folks on the wire a-gasping. All at once Sally, she yells again, and says the front yard picket fence bed just crumpled up, though there weren't no sign of what done it. Then everybody on the line could hear Chauncey and old Seth Bishop a-yelling in too, and Sally was a-shrieking about something heavy had struck the house, not lightning nor nothin', but something heavy in front that kept a-launching itself again and again, though you couldn't see nothing about the front winders. And then lines of fright deepened on every face, and Armitage, shaken as he was, had barely poised enough to prompt the speaker. And then Sally, she yelled out, "Ah, help, the house is a-caving in." And on the wire we heard a terrible crashing and a whole flock of screaming, just like when Elmer Fry's place was took, only was... The man paused, and another of the crowd spoke. "That's right. Not a sound nor a squeak over the phone after aught. Just still like. We heard it got out Fords and wagons and rounded up as many able-bodied men and folk as we could get, at Corey's place and come up here to see what you thought best to do, but what I think it's the Lord's judgment for our iniquities, and that no mortal kin ever set aside. Armitage saw that the time for positive action had come, and spoke decisively to the faltering group of frightened rustics. "We must follow it, boys." He made his voice as reassuring as possible. "I believe there's a chance of putting it out of business. You men know that those Watleys were wizards. Well, this thing is a thing of wizardry, and must be put down by the same means. I've seen Wilbur Whatley's journey. I've seen Wilbur Whatley's diary and read some of the strange old books he used to read. And I think I know the right kind of spell to recite to make the thing fade away. Of course, one can't be sure, but we can always take a chance. It's invisible. I knew it would be, but there's a powder in this long-distance sprayer that might make it show up for a second. Later on, we'll try it. It's a frightful thing to have alive, but it isn't as bad as what Wilbur would have let in if he'd lived longer. You'll never know what the world has escaped. Now we've only this one thing to fight, and it can't multiply. It can, though, do a lot of harm. So we mustn't hesitate to rid the community of it. We must follow it, and the way to begin is to go to the place that has just been wrecked. Let someone lead the way. I don't know your roads very well, but I've an idea that there might be a shortcut. Cross lots. How about it?" The men shuffled about a moment. Then Earl Sawyer spoke softly, pointing with a grimy finger through the steadily lessening rain. "I guess you can go to Seth Bishop's quietest by cutting across the lower meadow here, wading the brook at the low place and climbing through Carrier's mowing and timber lot beyond. That come about the upper rud, mighty nigh Seth's, a little t'other side." Armitage, with Rice and Morgan, started to walk in the direction indicated, and most of the natives followed slowly. The sky was growing lighter, and there were signs that the storm had worn itself away, when Armitage inadvertently took a wrong direction. Joe Osborne warned him and walked ahead to show the right one. Courage and confidence were mounting, though the twilight of almost perpendicular wooded hills which lay towards the end of their shortcut, and among those fantastic ancient trees they had to scramble up, as if a ladder, put these quantities to a severe test. At length they emerged on a muddy road to find the sun coming out. They were a little beyond the Seth Bishop place, but bent trees and hideously unmistakable tracks showed what had passed by. Only a few moments were consumed in... I'd lost my place. Only a few moments were consumed in surveying the ruins just around the bend. It was the Fry incident all over again, and nothing dead or living was found on either of the collapsed shells which had been the bishop's house and barn. No one cared to remain there amidst the stench and tarry stickness, but all turned instinctively to the line of horrible prints leading on towards the wrecked Whatley farmhouse and the altar-crowned slopes of Sentinel Hill. As the men passed the sight of Wilbur Whatley's abode, they shuddered visibly, and seemed again to mix hesitancy with their zeal. It was no joke tracking down something as big as a house that one could not see, but that had all the vicious malevolence of a demon. Opposite the base of Sentinel Hill the tracks left the road, and there was a fresh bending and matting visible along the broad swath, marking the monster's former route to and from the summit. Armitage produced a pocket telescope of considerable power and scanned the steep green side of the hill. Then he handed the instrument to Morgan, whose sight was keener. After a moment of gazing, Morgan cried out sharply, passing the glass to Earl Sawyer, and indicating a certain spot on the slope with his finger. Sawyer, as clumsy as most non-users of optical devices are, fumbled a while, but eventually focused the lenses with Armitage's aid. When he did so, his cry was less restrained than Morgan's had been. "God almighty! The grass and bushes is a-movin'. It's going up. Slow-like, creeping up to the top this minute. Heaven only knows what fur." Then the gem of panic seemed to spread among the seekers. It was one thing to chase the nameless entity, but quite another to find it. Spells might be all right, but suppose they weren't? Voices began questioning Armitage about what he knew of the thing, and no reply seemed quite to satisfy. Everyone seemed to feel himself in quite close proximity to phases of nature, and of being utterly forbidden, the wholly outside the sane experiences of mankind. In the end, the three men from Arkham, old, white-bearded Dr. Armitage, stocky, iron-gray Professor Rice, and lean, youngish Dr. Morgan, ascended the mountain alone. After much patient instruction regarding its focus and use, they left the telescope with the frightened group that remained in the road, and as they climbed, they were watched closely by those among whom the glass was passed around. It was hard going, and Armitage had to be helped more than once. High above the toiling group, the great swath trembled as its hellish marker repassed with snail-like deliberation. Then it was obvious that the pursuers were gaining. Curtis Watley, of the undecayed branch, was holding the telescope when the Arkham party detoured frantically from the swath. He told the crowd that the men were evidently trying to get a subordinate peak which overlooked the swath, at a point considerably ahead of where the shrubbery was now bending. This indeed proved to be true, and the party was seen to gain the minor elevation only a short time after the invisible blasphemy had passed it. Then Wesley Corey, who had taken the glass, cried out that Armitage was adjusting the sprayer which Rice held, that something must be about to happen. The crowd stirred uneasily, recalling that the sprayer was expected to give the unseen horror a moment of visibility. 2 or 3 men shut their eyes, but Curtis Watley snatched back the telephone and telescope and strained his vision to the utmost. He saw Rice, from the party's point of view, above and behind the entity, had an excellent chance of spreading the potent power with marvelous effect. Those without the telescope saw only an instant flash of gray cloud, a cloud about the size of a moderately large building near the top of the mountain. Curtis, who held the instrument, dropped it with a piercing shriek into the ankle-deep mud of the road. He reeled and would have crumpled to the ground had not 2 or 3 others seized and steadied him. All he could do was moan, half inaudibly, "Oh, great God, that." There was a pandemonium of questioning, and only Henry Wheeler thought to rescue the fallen telescope and wipe it clean of mud. Curtis was past all coherence, and even isolated replies were almost too much for him. "Bigger than a barn, all made of squirming ropes, and whole thing sort of shaped like a hen's egg, bigger than anything, with dozens of legs like hogsheads that half shut up when they step. Nothing solid about it, all like jelly and made of serpentine wriggling ropes pushed close together. Great bulging eyes all over it. 10 or 20 mouths or trunks a-sticking about all the sides, big as stovepipes, and all atop and opening and shutting, all gray and with kinder blue and purple rings. Oh, God in heaven, a half face on top. This final memory, whatever it was, proved too much for poor Curtis, and he collapsed completely before he could say more. Fred Farr and Will Hutchins carried him to the roadside and laid him on the damp grass. Henry Wheeler, trembling, turned the rescued telescope on the mountain to see what he might. Through the lenses there were discernible 3 tiny figures, apparently running towards the summit as fast as the steep incline allowed. Only these, nothing more. Then everyone noticed a strangely unseasonable noise in the deep valley behind, and even in the underbrush of Sentinel Hill itself. It was the piping of unnumbered whippoorwills, and in their shrill chorus there seemed to lurk a note of tense and evil expectancy. Earl Sawyer now took the telescope and reported the 3 figures standing on the topmost ridge, virtually level with the altar stone, but a considerable distance from it. One figure, he said, seemed to be raising his hand above its head at rhythmic intervals, and as Sawyer mentioned in the circumstance, the crowd seemed to hear a faint, half-musical sound from the distance, as if a loud chant were accompanying the gesture. The weird silhouette on the remote peak must have been a spectacle of infinite grotesqueness and impressiveness, but no observer was in the mood for aesthetic appreciation. "I guess he's saying the spell," whispered Wheeler as he snatched back the telescope. The whippoorwills were piping wildly, and in a singularly curious, irregular rhythm, quite unlike that of the ritual visible. Suddenly the sunshine seemed to lessen without the intervention of any discernible cloud. It was a very peculiar phenomenon, and was plainly marked by all. A rumbling sound seemed brewing beneath the hill, mixed strangeness with a concordant rumble which clearly came from the sky. Lightning flashed aloft, and the wandering crowd looked in vain for the portents of storm. The chanting of the men from Arkham now becoming unmistakable, and Wheeler saw through the glass that they were all raising their arms in the rhythmic incantation. From some farmhouse far away came the frantic barking of dogs. The change in the quantity of daylight increased, and the crowd gazed about the horizon in wonder. A purplish darkness, born of nothing more than a spectral deepening of the sky's blue, pressed down upon the rambling hills. Then the lightning flashed again, somewhat brighter than before, and the crowd fancied that it had showed a certain mistiness around the altar stone on the distant height. No one, however, had been using the telescope in that instant. The whippoorwills continued their irregular pulsation, and the men of Dunwich braced themselves tensely against some imponderable menace with which the atmosphere seemed supercharged. Without warning came those deep, cracked, raucous vocal sounds which will never leave the memory of the stricken group who heard them. Not from any human throat were they born, for the organs of a man can yield no such acoustic perversion. Rather would one have said that they came from the pit itself, and not their source been so unmistakably the altar stone on the peak. It is almost erroneous to call them sounds at all, since so much of their ghastly infra-bass timbre spoke to dim seats of consciousness and terror, far subtler than the ear. Yet one must do so, since their form was indisputably through vaguely that of half-articulated words. They were loud, loud as the rumblings and the thunder above, which they echoed, yet they did come from no visible being, and because imagination might suggest a conjectural source in the world of non-visible beings, the huddled The huddled crowd at the mountain's base huddled still closer, and winced as if in expectation of a blow. Ganeth, the fraggin' yog sothoth, rang the hideous croaking out of space. Ye Bernick, Higuath, Nigrath. The speaking impulse seemed to falter here, as if some frightful psychic struggle was going on. Henry Wheeler strained his eyes at the telescope, but saw only the 3 grotesque silhouetted human forms on the peak, all moving their arms furiously in strange gestures as their incantation drew near to its culmination. From what black wells of acronotic fear or feeling, from what unplumbed gulfs of extracosmic consciousness, or obscure, long-latent hereditary, were those half-articulated thunder croaks drawn. Presently they began to gather, renew force and coherence as they grew in stark, utter, ultimate frenzy. Ya, 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 ha. Ya, 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 nga, nga, hiya, hiya. Help, help, Father, Father, Yog-Sothoth. That was all. The pallid group in the road, still reeling at the indisputable English syllables, still reeling at the indisputably English syllables that had poured thickly and thunderously down from the frantic vacancy beside that shocked altar stone, were never to hear such syllables again. Instead, they jumped violently at the terrific report which seemed to rend the hills, the deafening, cataclysmic peal whose source, be it inner earth or sky, no hearer was able to place. A single lightning bolt shot from the purple zenith to the altar stone, and a great tidal wave of viewless force and indescribable stench swept down from the hill to all the countryside. Trees, grass, and underbrush were whipped into a fury, and the frightened crowd at the mountain's base, weakened by the lethal fetter that seemed about to asphyxiate them, were almost hurled off their feet. Dogs howled from the distance. Green grass and foliage wilted to a curious, sickly yellow-gray, and over field and forest were scattered the bodies of dead whippoorwills. The stench left quickly, but the vegetation never came right again. To this day, there's something queer and unholy about the growth on and around that fearsome hill. Curtis Watley was only just regaining consciousness when the Arkham men came slowly down the mountain in the beams of sunlight once more brilliant and untainted. They were grave and quiet, and seemed shaken by memories and reflections even more terrible than those which had reduced the group of natives to a state of cowed quivering. In reply to a jumble of questions, they only shook their head and reaffirmed one vital fact. The thing has gone forever, Armitage said. It had been split up into what it was originally made of, and can never exist again. It was an impossibility in a normal world. Only the least fraction was really matter in any sense we know. It was like its father, and most of it has gone back to him in some vague realm or dimension outside our material universe. Some vague abyss out of which only the most accursed rites of human blasphemy could ever have called him for a moment on the hills. There was a brief silence, and in that pause the scattered sense of poor Curtis Watley began to knit back into a sort of continuity, so that he put his hands to his head with a moan. Memory seemed to pick itself up where it had left off, and the horror of that sight had prostrated him, burst upon him again. Oh, my God! That half face on top of it! That face with the red eyes and crinkly albino hair and no chin, like the Watley. It was an octopus, centipede, spider kind of thing, but they was a half-shaped man. But they was a half-shaped man's face on top of it, and it looked like Wizard Watley's, only if it was yards and yards across. He paused, exhausted, as the whole group of natives stared in bewilderment, not quite crystallized into fresh terror. Only old Zebulon Watley, who wanderingly remembered ancient things, but who had been silent heretofore, spoke aloud. 15 years gone, he rambled. I heard old Watley say as how some day we'd hear a child of Lavinia's a-calling its father's name on the top of Sentinel Hill. But Joe Osborne interrupted him to question the Arkham men anew. What was it, anyhow? And however did young Wizard Watley call it out of the air it come from? Armitage chose his words carefully. It was mostly a kind of force that doesn't belong in our part of space. A kind of force that acts and grows and shapes itself by other laws than those of our sort of nature. We have no business calling it such things from outside, and only very wicked people and very wicked cults ever try to. There was some of it in Wilbur Watley himself, enough to make a devil and a precocious monster of him, and to make him passing out a pretty terrible sight. I'm going to bury his accursed diary, and if you men are wise, you'll dynamite the altar stone up there, and pull down all the rings of standing stones on the other hills. Things like that brought down the beings those Watleys were so fond of. The beings they're going to let in tangibly to wipe out the human race and drag the earth off to some nameless place for some nameless purpose. But as to the thing we've just sent... Bleh, we're going to start that again. But as to this thing we've just sent back, the Watleys raised it for a terrible part in the doings that were to come. It grew fast and big, from the same reason that Wilbur grew fast and big. But it beat him because it had a greater share of the outsideness in it. You needn't ask how Wilbur called it out of the air. He didn't call it out. It was his twin brother, but it looked more like the father than he did. So quote, this raven. In the meantime, a quieter, yet even more spiritually poignant phrase of the horror had been blackly unwinding itself behind the closed doors of a shelf-lined room in Arkham. The curious manuscript record, or diary of Wilbur Watley, delivered to Miskatonic University for translation, had caused much worry and bafflement among the experts in languages both ancient and modern. Its very alphabet notwithstanding a general semblance to the heavily shaded Arabic used in Mesopotamia, being absolutely unknown to any available authority. The final conclusion of the linguists was that the text represented an artificial alphabet, giving the effect of a cipher, though none of the usual methods of cryptographic solutions seemed to furnish any clue, even when applied on the basis of every tongue the writer might conceivably have used. The ancient books taken from Watley's quarters, while absorbing, interesting, and in several cases promising to open up new and terrible lines of research among philosophers and men of science, were of no assistance whatever in this matter. One of them, a heavy tome with an iron clasp, was in another unknown alphabet, this one of a very different cast, and resembling Sanskrit more than anything else. The old ledger was at length given wholly into the charge of Dr. Armitage, both because of his peculiar interest in the Whately matter, and because of his wide linguistic learning and skills in the mystical formula of antiquity and in the Middle Ages. Armitage had an idea that the alphabet might be something esoterically used by certain forbidden cults which have come down from old times, which have inherited many forms and traditions from the wizards of the Sarconic world. That question, however, he did not deem vital, since it would be unnecessary to know the origin of the symbols if, as he suspected, they were used as a cipher in a modern language. It was his belief that, considering the great amount of text involved, the writer would scarcely have wished the trouble of using another speech than his own, save perhaps in certain special formulae and incantations. Accordingly, he attacked the manuscript with the preliminary assumption that the bulk of it was in English. Dr. Armitage knew, from the repeated failures of his colleagues, that the riddle was a deep and complex one, and that no simple mode of solution could merit even a trial. All through late August he fortified himself with the massed lore of cryptography, drawing upon the fullest resources of his own library, and waiting night after night amid the arcana of Trithmaeus's Polygraphia, Giabon Battista Portia's De Furtive Litteram Notis, De Venetris, Traité de Chiffres, Falconer's Cryptomeris Factate, Patafacta, Davies's and Thickness's 18th century treatise, and such fairly modern authorities as Blair, von Martin, and Kubler's Cryptograph. He interspersed his study of the books with attacks on the manuscript itself, and in time became convinced that he had to deal with one of those subtlest and most ingenious of cryptograms, in which many separate lists of correspondence, letters are arranged like multiplication tables, and handed down through a long line of mystical experimenters. Several times he seemed near daylight, only to be set back by some unforeseen obstacle. Then, as September approached, the clouds began to clear. Certain letters, as used in certain parts of the manuscript, emerged definitely and unmistakably, and it became obvious that the text was indeed in English. On the evening of September 2nd, the last major barrier gave way, and Dr. Armitage read for the first time a continuous passage of Wilbur Whately's annals. It was, in truth, a diary, as he had thought, and it was crouched in a style clearly showing the mixed occult erudition and general illiteracy of the strange being who wrote it. Almost the first long passage that Armitage deciphered, an entry dated November 26, 1916, proved highly startling and disquieting. It was written, he remembered, by a child of 3 1/2, who looked like a lad of 12 or 13. Today learned the Aklo for the Sabbath. It ran, which did not like, it being answerable from the hill and not from the air. That upstairs more ahead of me than I had thought it would be, and is not like to have much earth brain. Shot Ellen Hutchins's collie Jack when he went to bite me, And Ellum says he would kill me if he dashed. I guess he won't. Grandfather kept me saying the dough formula last night, and I think I saw the inner city at the 2 magnetic poles. I shall go to those poles when the earth is cleared off. If I can break through with the dough formula when I commit it. They from the air told me that Sabbath that it will be years before I can clear off the earth. And I guess Grandfather will be dead then, so I shall have to learn all the angles of the planes and all the formulas between the yer and the nigger. They from the outside will help, but they cannot take body without human blood. That upstairs looks like it will have the right cast. I can see it a little when I make the Yorish sign or blow the power of the Nibgazi at it. And it is near like them at May Eve on the hill. The other face may wear off some. I wonder how I shall look when the earth is cleared, and there are no earth beings on it. He that came with the Anklo Sabbath says I may be transfigured, there being much of outside to work on. Morning found Dr. Armitage in a cold sweat of terror and a frenzy of wakeful concentration. He had not left the manuscript all night, but sat at his table under the electric light, turning page after page, with shaking hands as fast as he could decipher the cryptic text. He had nervously telephoned his wife he would not be home, and when she brought him a breakfast from the house, he could scarcely dispose of a mouthful. All that day he read on, now and then halted maddeningly at the reapplication of the complex key became necessary. Lunch and dinner were brought him, but he ate only the smallest fraction of either. Towards the middle of the next night he drowsed off in his chair, but soon woke out of a tangle of nightmares, almost as hideous as the truths and menaces to man's existence that he had uncovered. On the morning of September 4th, Professor Rice and Dr. Morgan insisted on seeing him for a while, and departed trembling and ashen. That evening he went to bed, but slept only fitfully. Wednesday, the next day, he was back at the manuscript, and began to take copious notes, both from the current sections and from those he had already deciphered. In the small hours of the night, he slept a little in an easy-chair in his office, but was at the manuscript again before dawn. Some time before noon, his physician, Dr. Hartwell, called to see him and insisted that he cease work. He refused, intimating that it was of the most vital importance for him to complete the reading of the diary, and promising an explanation in the due course of time. That evening, just as twilight fell, he finished his terrible perusal and sank back exhausted. His wife, bringing his dinner, found him in a half-comatose state, but he was conscious enough to warn her off with a sharp cry when he saw her eyes wander towards the notes he had taken. Weakly rising, he gathered up the scribbled papers and sealed them all in a great envelope, which he immediately placed inside his coat pocket. He had sufficient strength to get home, but was so clearly in need of medical aid that Dr. Hartwell was summoned at once. As the doctor put him to bed, he could only mutter over and over again, "But what, in God's name, can we do?" Dr. Armitage slept, but was partly delirious the next day. He made no explanations to Hartwell, but in his calmer moments he spoke of the imperative need of a long conference with Rice and Morgan. His wilder wanderings were very startling indeed, including frantic appeals that something in a boarded-up farmhouse be destroyed, and fantastic references to some plan for the extirpation of the entire human race and all animal and vegetable life from the earth by some terrible elder race of beings from another dimension. He would shout that the world was in danger, since the elder things wished to strip it and drag it away from the solar system and cosmos of matter into some other plane or phase of entity from which it had once fallen. Vigitillions of eons ago. At other times he would call for the dreaded Necronomicon and the Daemonolarity of Remigius, in which he seemed hopeful of finding some formula to check the peril he conjured up. "Stop them! Stop them!" he would shout. "Whatley's meant to let them in, and the worst of all is left. Tell Rice and Morgan we must do something. It's a blind business, but I know how to make the powder. It hasn't been fed since the 2nd of August, when Wilbur came here to his death, and at that rate—" But Armitage had sound physique despite his 73 years, and slept off his disorder that night without developing any real fever. He woke late Friday, clear of head though sober, with the gnawing fear and tremendous sense of responsibility. Saturday afternoon he felt able to go over to the library and summon Rice and Morgan for a conference. And the rest of that day and evening the three men tortured their brains in the wildest speculation and the most desperate debate. Strange and terrible books were drawn voluminously from the stacked shelves and from secure places of storage, and diagrams and formulae were copied with feverish haste in a bewildering abundance. Of skepticism there was none. All three had seen the body of Wilbur Whatley as it lay on the floor in a room of that very building, and after that not one of them could feel even slightly inclined to treat the diary as a madman's ravings. Opinions were divided as to the notifying the Massachusetts State Police, and the negative final vote won. There were things involved which simply could not be believed by those who had not seen a sample, as indeed was made clear during certain subsequent investigations. Late at night the conference disbanded without having developed a definite plan, but all Sunday Armitage was busy comparing formulae and mixing chemicals obtained from the college laboratory. The more he reflected on the hellish diary, the more he was inclined to doubt the efficacy of any material agent in stamping out the entity which Wilbur Whatley had left behind him. The earth-threatening entity which, unknown to him, was to burst forth in a few hours and become the memorable Dunwich Horror. Monday was a repetition of Sunday with Dr. Armitage, for the task in hand required an infinity of research and experiment. Further consultations of the monstrous diary brought about various changes of plans, and he knew that even in the end a large amount of uncertainty must remain. By Tuesday he had a definite line of action mapped out, and believed he would try a trip to Dunwich within the week. Then on Wednesday the great shock came. Tucked obscurely away in a corner of the Arkham Advertiser was a fastidious little item from the Associated Press, telling what a record-breaking monster the bootleg whiskey of Dunwich had raised up. Armitage, half-stunned, could only telephone for Rice and Morgan. Far into the night they discussed, and the next day was a whirlwind of preparation on the part of them all. Armitage knew he would be meddling with terrible powers, yet he saw there was no other way to annul the deeper and more malign meddling with others had done before him. Friday morning, Armitage, Rice, and Morgan set out by motor for Dunwich, arriving at the village about 1 in the afternoon. The day was pleasant, but even in the brightest sunlight a kind of quiet dread and portent seemed to hover about the strangely domed hills and the deep, shadowy ravines of the stricken region. Now and then on some mountain top a gaunt, circle of stone could be glimpsed against the sky. From the air of hushed fright at Osborne's store, they knew something hideous had happened, and soon learned of the annihilation of Elmer Fry, house and family. Throughout the afternoon they rode around Dunwich, questioning the natives concerning all that had occurred, and seeing for themselves, with rising pangs of horror and dread, Fry ruins and their lingering traces of the tarry stickiness, the blasphemous tracks in the Fry yard, the wounded Seth Bishop cattle, and the enormous swaths of disturbed vegetation in various places. The trail up and down Sentinel Hill seemed to Armitage of most cataclysmic significance, and he looked long at the sinister altar-like stone on the summit. At length the visitors, apprised of a party of state police which had come from Aylesbury that morning in response to the first telephone reports of the Fry tragedy, decided to seek out the officers and compare notes as far as practicably. This, however, they found more easily planned than performed, since no sign of the party could be found in any direction. There had been 5 of them in a car, but now the car stood empty near the ruins of the Fry yard. The natives, all of whom had talked with the policeman, seemed at first as perplexed as Armitage and his companions. Then old Sam Hutchins thought of something and turned pale, nudging Fred Farr and pointing to the dank, deep hollow that yawned close by. "God," he gasped, "I telled 'em not to go down there in the glen, and I never thought nobody'd do it. With them tracks and that smell and the whippoorwills a-screechin' down there in that dark, old noonday." A cold shudder ran through the natives and visitors alike, and every ear seemed strained in a kind of instinctive, unconscious listening. Armitage, now that he had actually come upon the horror and its monstrous work, trembled with the responsibility he felt to be his. Night would soon fall, and it was then that the mountainous blasphemy lumbered upon its eldritch course. Negotium perambulum in terribis. The old librarian rehearsed the formulae he had memorized and clutched the paper containing the alternative ones he had not memorized. He saw that his electric flashlight was in working order. Rice, beside him, took from a valise a metal sprayer of the sort used in combating insects, whilst Morgan uncased the big game rifle on which he relied, despite his colleagues' warnings that no material weapon would be of help. Armitage, having read the hideous diary, knew painfully well what kind of manifestation to expect. But he did not add to the fright of the Dunwich people by giving any hints or clues. He hoped that it might be conjured without any revelation to the world of the monstrous thing it had escaped. As the shadows gathered, the natives commenced to disperse homeward, anxious to bar themselves indoors despite the present evidence that all human locks and bolts were useless before a force that could bend trees and crush houses when it chose. They shook their heads at the visitors' plan to stand guard at the Fry ruins near the glen, and, as they left, had little expectancy of ever seeing the watchers again. There were rumblings under the hill that night, and the whippoorwills piped threateningly. Once in a while, a wind, sweeping up out of Cold Spring Glen, would bring a touch of ineffable fetor to the heavy night air, such a fetor as all 3 of the watchers had smelled once before, when they stood above a dying thing that had passed for 15 years and a half as a human being. But the looked-for terror did not appear. Whatever was down there in the glen was biding its time, and Armitage told his colleagues it would be suicidal to try to attack it in the dark. Morning came wanly, and the night sound ceased. It was a gray, bleak day, with now and then a drizzle of rain, and heavier clouds seemed to be piling themselves up beyond the hills to the northwest. The men from Arkham were undecided what to do, seeking shelter from the increasing rainfall beneath one of the few undestroyed Fry outbuildings. They debated the wisdom of waiting or of taking the aggressive and going down into the glen in quest of their nameless, monstrous quarry. The downpour waxed in heaviness, and distant peals of thunder sounded from far horizons. Sheet lightning shimmered, and then a forking bolt flashed near at hand, as if descending into the accursed glen itself. The sky grew very dark, and the watchers hoped that the storm would prove a short, sharp one, followed by clear weather. It was still gruesomely dark when, not much over an hour later, a confused babble of voices sounded down the road. Another moment brought into view a frightened group of more than a dozen men, running, shouting, and even whimpering hysterically. Someone in the lead began sobbing out words, and the Arkham men started violently, when those words developed a coherent form. "Oh, my God, the voice choked out. "It's a-goin' again, and this time by day. It's about moving this very minute, and only the Lord knows when it'll be upon us all." The speaker panted into silence, but another took up his message. "Nigh on an hour ago, Zeb Watley here heard the phone a-ringin', and it was Miss Corey, George's wife that lives down by the junction. She says she hired the boy Luther, was about driving in the cows from the storm arter the big bolt, when he sees all the trees a-bending in the mouth of the glen, opposite side ter this, and smelt the same awful smell he smelt when he found the big tracks last Monday morning. And he says they were a swishin' lapping around more nor what the bending trees and bushes could make. And all of a sudden, the trees along the rut began to get perched to one side, and they were awful stomping and splashing in the mud. But mind you, Luther, he didn't see nothing at all, only just the bending trees and the underbrush. Then for ahead, where Bishop's Brook goes under the rut, he heard an awful creaking and straining on the bridge, and says he could tell the sound of wood starting to crack and split. And all the while he never seen a thing, only them trees and bushes a-bending. And when the swishing sound got fur off, on the rud towards Wizard Watley's and Sentinel Hill, Luther had his guts to step up what he heard at first and looked at the ground. It was all mud and water, and the sky was dark, and the rain was wiping about all the tracks about as fast as could be. But beginning at the glen mouth, where the trees been moving, they was still some of them awful prints, big as barrels, like seen Monday." At this point, the first excited speaker interrupted. "But that ain't the trouble now. That was only the start. Zeb here was calling folks up, and everybody was a-listening in when a call from Seth Bishop cuts in. His housekeeper, Sally, was carrying on a fit to kill. She had seed the trees a-bending beside the rud, and said that there was a kind of mushy sound, like an elephant puffing a tremendous head for the house. Then she up and spoke sudden for a fearful smell, and says her boy Chauncey was a-screaming at how it was just like when he'd smelt up to the Watley Rewind Monday morning, and the dogs were all barking and whining awful. And then she let out about a terrible yell, and says that she shed down the road had just caved in like the storm had blown it over, only the wind wasn't strong enough to do that. Everybody was a-listening, and you could hear a lot of folks on the wire a-gasping. All at once Sally, she yells again, and says the front yard picket fence bed just crumpled up, though there weren't no sign of what done it. Then everybody on the line could hear Chauncey and old Seth Bishop a-yelling in too, and Sally was a-shrieking about something heavy had struck the house, not lightning nor nothing, but something heavy, and front that kept a launching itself again and again, though you couldn't see nothing about the front winders. And then, and then, lines of fright deepened on every face, and Armitage, shaken as he was, had barely poised enough to prompt the speaker. And then, Sally, she yelled out, "Ah, help, the house is a-caving in." And on the wire we heard a terrible crashing and a whole flock of screaming, just like when Elmer Fry's place was took, only was... The man paused, and another of the crowd spoke. "That's right. Not a sound nor a squeak over the phone after aught. Just still like. We heard it got out Fords and wagons and rounded up as many able-bodied men and folk as we could get at Corey's place and come up here to see what you thought best to do, but what I think it's the Lord's judgment for our iniquities, and that no mortal kin ever set aside." Armitage saw that the time for positive action had come, and spoke decisively to the faltering group of frightened rustics. "We must follow it, boys." He made his voice as reassuring as possible. "I believe there's a chance of putting it out of business. You men know that those Watleys were wizards. Well, this thing is a thing of wizardry, and must be put down by the same means. I've seen Wilbur Watley's diary and read some of the strange old books he used to read, and I think I know the right kind of spell to recite to make the thing fade away. Of course, one can't be sure, but we can always take a chance. It's invisible. I knew it would be, but there's a powder in this long-distance sprayer that might make it show up for a second. Later on we'll try it. It's a frightful thing to have alive, but it isn't as bad as what Wilbur would have let in if he'd lived longer. You'll never know what the world has escaped. Now we've only this one thing to fight, and it can't multiply. It can, though, do a lot of harm, so we mustn't hesitate to rid the community of it. We must follow it, and the way to begin is to go to the place that has just been wrecked. Let someone lead the way. I don't know your roads very well, but I've an idea that there might be a shortcut. Cross lots. How about it?" The men shuffled about a moment. Then Earl Sawyer spoke softly, pointing with a grimy finger through the steadily lessening rain. "I guess you can go to Seth Bishop's quietest by cutting across the lower meadow here, wading the brook at the low place and climbing through Carrier's mowing and timber lot beyond. That come about the upper rud, mighty nigh Seth's, a little t'other side." Armitage, with Rice and Morgan, started to walk in the direction indicated, and most of the natives followed slowly. The sky was growing lighter, and there were signs that the storm had worn itself away, when Armitage inadvertently took a wrong direction. Joe Osborne warned him and walked ahead to show the right one. Courage and confidence were mounting, though the twilight of almost perpendicular wooded hills which lay towards the end of their shortcut, and among those fantastic ancient trees they had to scramble up, as if a ladder, put these quantities to a severe test. At length they emerged on a muddy road to find the sun coming out. They were a little beyond the Seth Bishop place, but bent trees and hideously unmistakable tracks showed what had passed by. Only a few moments were consumed in surveying the ruins just around the bend. It was the Fry incident all over again, and nothing dead or living was found on either of the collapsed shelves which had been the bishop's house and barn. No one cared to remain there amidst the stench and tarry stickness, but all turned instinctively to the line of horrible prints leading on towards the wrecked Watley farmhouse and the altar-crowned slopes of Sentinel Hill. As the men passed the sight of Wilbur Watley's abode, they shuddered visibly, and seemed again to mix hesitancy with their zeal. It was no joke tracking down something as big as a house, that one could not see, but that had all the vicious malevolence of a demon. Opposite the base of Sentinel Hill, the tracks left the road, and there was a fresh bending and matting visible along the broad swath, marking the monster's former route to and from the summit. Armitage produced a pocket telescope of considerable power and scanned the steep green side of the hill. Then he handed the instrument to Morgan, whose sight was keener. After a moment of gazing, Morgan cried out sharply, passing the glass to Earl Sawyer, and indicating a certain spot on the slope with his finger. Sawyer, as clumsy as most non-users of optical devices are, fumbled a while, but eventually focused the lenses with Armitage's aid. When he did so, his cry was less restrained than Morgan's had been. "God almighty! The grass and bushes is a-movin'. It's going up. Slow-like, creeping up to the top this minute. Heaven only knows what fur." Then the gem of panic seemed to spread among the seekers. It was one thing to chase the nameless entity, but quite another to find it. Spells might be all right, but suppose they weren't? Voices began questioning Armitage about what he knew of the thing, and no reply seemed quite to satisfy. Everyone seemed to feel himself in quite close proximity to phases of nature, and of being utterly forbidden, the wholly outside the sane experiences of mankind. In the end, the three men from Arkham, old, white-bearded Dr. Armitage, stocky, iron-gray Professor Rice, and lean, youngish Dr. Morgan, ascended the mountain alone. After much patient instruction regarding its focus and use, they left the telescope with the frightened group that remained in the road, and as they climbed, they were watched closely by those among whom the glass was passed around. It was hard going, and Armitage had to be helped more than once. High above the toiling group, the great swath trembled as its hellish marker repassed with snail-like deliberation. Then it was obvious that the pursuers were gaining. Curtis Watley, of the undecayed branch, was holding the telescope when the Arkham party detoured frantically from the swath. He told the crowd that the men were evidently trying to get a subordinate peak which overlooked the swath, at a point considerably ahead of where the shrubbery was now bending. This indeed proved to be true, and the party was seen to gain the minor elevation only a short time after the invisible blasphemy had passed it. Then Wesley Corey, who had taken the glass, cried out that Armitage was adjusting the sprayer which Rice held, that something must be about to happen. The crowd stirred uneasily, recalling that the sprayer was expected to give the unseen horror a moment of visibility. 2 or 3 men shut their eyes, but Curtis Watley snatched back the telescope and strained his vision to the utmost. He saw Rice, from the party's point of view, above and behind the entity, had an excellent chance of spreading the potent power with marvelous effect. Those without the telescope saw only an instant flash of gray cloud, a cloud about the size of a moderately large building near the top of the mountain. Curtis, who held the instrument, dropped it with a piercing shriek into the ankle-deep mud of the road. He reeled and would have crumpled to the ground had not 2 or 3 others seized and steadied him. All he could do was moan, half inaudibly, "Oh, great God, that." There was a pandemonium of questioning, and only Henry Wheeler thought to rescue the fallen telescope and wipe it clean of mud. Curtis was past all coherence, and even isolated replies were almost too much for him. "Bigger than a barn, all made of squirming ropes, and whole thing sort of shaped like a hen's egg, bigger than anything. with dozens of legs like hogsheads that half shut up when they step. Nothing solid about it, all like jelly and made of serpentine wriggling ropes pushed close together. Great bulging eyes all over it. 10 or 20 mouths or trunks a sticking about all the sides, big as stovepipes, and all atop and opening and shutting, all gray and with kinder blue and purple rings. Oh, God in heaven, that half face on top. This final memory, whatever it was, proved too much for poor Curtis, and he collapsed completely before he could say more. Fred Farr and Will Hutchins carried him to the roadside and laid him on the damp grass. Henry Wheeler, trembling, turned the rescued telescope on the mountain to see what he might. Through the lenses there were discernible 3 tiny figures, apparently running towards the summit as fast as the steep incline allowed. Only these, nothing more. Then everyone noticed a strangely unseasonable noise in the deep valley behind, and even in the underbrush of Sentinel Hill itself. It was the piping of unnumbered whippoorwills, and in their shrill chorus there seemed to lurk a note of tense and evil expectancy. Earl Sawyer now took the telescope and reported the 3 figures standing on the topmost ridge, virtually level with the altar stone, but a considerable distance from it. One figure, he said, seemed to be raising its hand above its head at rhythmic intervals, and as Sawyer mentioned in the circumstance, the crowd seemed to hear a faint, half-musical sound from the distance, as if a loud chant were accompanying the gesture. The weird silhouette on the remote peak must have been a spectacle of infinite grotesqueness and impressiveness, but no observer was in the mood for aesthetic appreciation. "I guess he's saying the spell," whispered Wheeler as he snatched back the telescope. The whippoorwills were piping wildly, and in a singularly curious, irregular rhythm, quite unlike that of the ritual visible. Suddenly the sunshine seemed to lessen without the intervention of any discernible cloud. It was a very peculiar phenomenon, and was plainly marked by all. A rumbling sound seemed brewing beneath the hill, mixed strangeness with a concordant rumble which clearly came from the sky. Lightning flashed aloft, and the wandering crowd looked in vain for the portents of storm. The chanting of the men from Arkham now becoming unmistakable, and Wheeler saw through the glass that they were all raising their arms in the rhythmic incantation. From some farmhouse far away came the frantic barking of dogs. The change in the quantity of daylight increased, and the crowd gazed about the horizon in wonder. A purplish darkness, born of nothing more than a spectral deepening of the sky's blue, pressed down upon the rambling hills. Then the lightning flashed again, somewhat brighter than before, and the crowd fancied that it had showed a certain mistiness around the altar stone on the distant height. No one, however, had been using the telescope in that instant. The whippoorwills continued their irregular pulsation, and the men of Dunwich braced themselves tensely against some imponderable menace with which the atmosphere seemed supercharged. Without warning came those deep, cracked, raucous vocal sounds which will never leave the memory of the stricken group who heard them. Not from any human throat were they born, for the organs of a man can yield no such acoustic perversion. Rather would one have said that they came from the pit itself, and not their source been so unmistakably the altar stone on the peak. It is almost erroneous to call them sounds at all, since so much of their ghastly infra-based timber spoke to dim seats of consciousness and terror, far subtler than the ear. Yet one must do so, since their form was indisputably through vaguely that of half-articulated words. They were loud, loud as the rumblings and the thunder above, which they echoed, yet they did come from no visible being, and because imagination might suggest a conjectural source in the world of non-visible beings, the huddled crowd at the mountain's base huddled still closer, and winced as if in expectation of a blow. Ganeth, Tefragan, Yog Sothoth, rang the hideous croaking out of space. Yigbanik, Higuath, Nigrath. The speaking impulse seemed to falter here, as if some frightful psychic struggle was going on. Henry Wheeler strained his eyes at the telescope, but saw only the 3 grotesque silhouetted human forms on the peak, all moving their arms furiously in strange gestures as their incantation drew near to its culmination. From what black wells of acronotic fear or feeling, from what unplumbed gulfs of extracosmic consciousness, or obscure, long-latent hereditary, were those half-articulated thunder croaks drawn. Presently they began to gather, renew force and coherence as they grew in stark, utter, ultimate frenzy. Ya, 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 ha. Ya, 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 nga, nga, hiya, hiya. Help, help, Father, Father, Yog-Sothoth. That was all. The pallid group in the road, still reeling at the indisputably English syllables that had poured thickly and thunderously down from the frantic vacancy beside that shocked altar stone, were never to hear such syllables again. Instead, they jumped violently at the terrific report, which seemed to rend the hills, the deafening, cataclysmic peal, whose source, be it inner earth or sky, no hearer was able to place. A single lightning bolt shot from the purple zenith to the altar stone, and a great tidal wave of viewless force and indescribable stench swept down from the hill to all the countryside. Trees, grass, and underbrush were whipped into a fury, and the frightened crowd at the mountain's base, weakened by the lethal fetter that seemed about to asphyxiate them, were almost hurled off their feet. Dogs howled from the distance. Green grass and foliage wilted to a curious, sickly yellow-gray, and over field and forest were scattered the bodies of dead whippoorwills. The stench left quickly, but the vegetation never came right again. To this day, there's something queer and unholy about the growths on and around that fearsome hill. Curtis Watley was only just regaining consciousness when the Arkham men came slowly down the mountain in the beams of sunlight once more brilliant and untainted. They were grave and quiet, and seemed shaken by memories and reflections even more terrible than those which had reduced the group of natives to a state of cowed quivering. In reply to a jumble of questions, they only shook their head and reaffirmed one vital fact. "The thing has gone forever," Armitage said. "It had been split up into what it was originally made of, and can never exist again. It was an impossibility in a normal world. Only the least fraction was really matter in any sense we know. It was like its father. and most of it has gone back to him in some vague realm or dimension outside our material universe. Some vague abyss out of which only the most accursed rites of human blasphemy could ever have called him for a moment on the hills. There was a brief silence, and in that pause the scattered sense of poor Curtis Watley began to knit back into a sort of continuity, so that he put his hands to his head with a moan. Memory seemed to pick itself up where it had left off, and the horror of that sight had prostrated him, burst upon him again. "Oh, my God! That half face on top of it! That face with the red eyes and crinkly albino hair and no chin, like the Watley. It was an octopus, centipede, spider kind of thing, but they was a half-shaped man's face on top of it, and it looked like Wizard Watley's, only if it was yards and yards across." He paused, exhausted, as the whole group of natives stared in bewilderment, not quite crystallized into fresh terror. Only old Zebulon Watley, who wanderingly remembered ancient things, but who had been silent heretofore, spoke aloud. 15 years gone," he rambled. "I heard old Watley say as how some day we'd hear a child of Lavinia's a-calling its father's name on the top of Sentinel Hill." But Joe Osborne interrupted him to question the Arkham men anew. "What was it, anyhow? And however did young Wizard Watley call it out of the air it come from?" Armitage chose his words carefully. It was mostly a kind of force that doesn't belong in our part of space. A kind of force that acts and grows and shapes itself by other laws than those of our sort of nature. We have no business calling it such things from outside, and only very wicked people and very wicked cults ever try to. There was some of it in Wilbur Watley himself, enough to make a devil and a precocious monster of him, and to make him passing out a pretty terrible sight. I'm going to bury his accursed diary, and if you men are wise, you'll dynamite the altar stone up there, and pull down all the rings of standing stones on the other hills. Things like that brought down the beings those Watleys were so fond of. The beings they're going to let in tangibly to wipe out the human race and drag the earth off to some nameless place for some nameless purpose. But as to this thing we've just sent back, the Watleys raised it for a terrible part in the doings that were to come. It grew fast and big for the same reason that Wilbur grew fast and big. But it beat him because it had a greater share of the outsideness in it. You needn't ask how Wilbur called it out of the air. He didn't call it out. It was his twin brother, but it looked more like the father than he did. So quoth this raven. Dreams in the Witch House, Part 2, by H.P. Lovecraft. He awakened in the morning of the 22nd with a pain in his left wrist, and saw that his cuff was brown with dried blood. His recollections were confused, but the scene with the black man in the unknown space stood out vividly. The rats must have bitten him as he slept, giving rise to the climax of that frightful dream. Opening the door, he saw that the flower on the corridor floor was undisturbed, except for the huge prints of the loutish fellow who roomed at the other end of the garret. So he had not been sleepwalking this time, but something would have to be done about those rats. He would speak to the landlord about them. Again he tried to stop up the hole at the base of the slanting wall, wedging a candlestick, which seemed about the right size. His ears were ringing horribly, as with the residual echoes of some horrible noise heard in dreams. As he bathed and changed his clothes, he tried to recall what he had dreamed after the scene in the violet-lidden space, but nothing definite would crystallize in his mind. The scene itself must have corresponded to the sealed loft overhead, which had begun to attack his imagination so violently. But later impressions were faint and hazy. There were suggestions of the vague twilight abysses, and of still vaster, darker abysses beyond them, abysses in which all fixed suggestion or form were absent. He had taken there by bubble congeries and the little polyhedron which always dogged him, but they, like himself, had changed to wisps of milky, barely luminescent mist in this, then condensed in this farther void of ultimate blackness. Something else had gone on ahead, a larger wisp, which now, then, condensed into nameless approximations of form, and he thought that their progress had not been in a straight line, but rather along the alien curves and spirals of some ethereal vortex, which obeyed the laws unknown to physics and mathematics of any conceivable cosmos. Eventually there had been a hint of vast leaping shadows, of monstrous half-acoustic pulsing, and of the thin, monotonous piping of an unseen flute. But that was all. Gilman decided he had picked up that last conception from what he had read in the Necronomicon about the mindless entity Azathoth, which rules all time and space from a curious, environ black throne at the center of chaos. When the blood was washed away, the wrist wound proved very slight, and Gilman puzzled over the location of the 2 tiny punctures. It occurred to him that there was no blood on the bedspread where he had lain, which was very curious in view of the amount of skin and cuff. Had he been sleepwalking within his room? And had the rat bitten him as he sat in some chair or paused in some less rational position? He looked in every corner for brownish drops or stains, but did not find any. He had better, he thought, sprinkle flour within the room as well as outside the door. Though after no further proof of his sleepwalking was needed, he knew he did walk, and all the things to do now was to stop it. He must ask Frank Elwood for help. This morning the strange pulls from space seemed lessened, though they were replaced by another sensation, even more inexplicable. It was a vague, insistent impulse to fly away from his present situation, but held not a hint of the specific direction in which he wished to fly. As he picked up the strange, spiky image on the table, he thought the older northward pull grew a little stronger, but even so it was wholly overruled by the newer and more bewildering urge. He took the spiky image down to Elwood's room, steeling himself against the winds of the loom fixer which welled up from the ground floor. Elwood was in, thank heavens, and appeared to be stirring about. There was time for a little conversation before leaving for breakfast in college, so Gilman hurriedly poured forth an account of his recent dreams and fears. His host was very sympathetic and agreed that something ought to be done. He was shocked by his guest's drawn, haggard aspect, and noticed the queer, abnormal-looking sunburn which others had remarked during the past week. There was not much, though, that he could say. He had not seen Gilman on any sleepwalking expedition, and had no idea what the curious image could be. He had heard the French-Canadian who lodged just under Gilman talking to Marowitz one evening. They were telling each other how badly they dreaded the coming of Walpurgis night, now only a few days off, and were exchanging pitying comments about the poor, doomed young gentleman. Dressrocher, the fellow under Gilman's room, had spoken of nocturnal footsteps, both shod and unshod, and of the violet light he saw one night, when he had stolen fearfully up to peer through Gilman's keyhole. He had not dared to peer, he told Morowitz, after he had glimpsed the light through the cracks around the door. There had been soft talking, too, and he began to describe it. His voice had sunk into an inaudible whisper. Elwood could not imagine what had set these superstitious creatures gossiping, but supposed that their imagination had been roused by Gilman's late hours and somnolent walk, and talking on the one hand, and by the nameless of tradition, feared May Eve on the other. That Gilman talked in his sleep was plain, and that it was obviously from Droscher's keyhole listening that the delusive notion of the violet dreamlight had got abroad. These simple people were quick to imagine they had Elwood's room and avoided sleeping alone. Elwood would, if awake, rouse him whenever he began to talk or rise in his sleep. Very soon, too, he must see the specialist. Meanwhile, they would take the spiky image around to various museums and to a certain professor's, seeking identification and stating that it had been found in a public rubbish can. Also, Trombowski must attend to the poisoning of those rats in the walls. Braced up by Elwood's companionship, Gilman attended classes that day. Strange urges still tugged at him, but he could sidetrack them with considerable success. During a free period, he shewed the queer image to several professors, all of whom were intensely interested, though none of them could shed any light upon the nature or origin. The night he slept on a couch, which Elwood had had the landlord bringing to the second-story room, and for the first time in weeks was wholly free from disquieting dreams. But the feverishness still hung on, and the whinnies of the loom-maker were an unnerving influence. During the next few days, Gilman enjoyed an almost perfect immunity from morbid manifestations. He had, Elwood said, shewed no tendency to talk or rise in his sleep, and meanwhile the landlord was putting rat poison everywhere. The only disturbing element was the talk among the superstitious foreigners, whose imaginations had become highly excited. Marowitz was always trying to make him get a crucifix, and finally forced one upon him, which he said had been blessed by the good father Ivaniki. De Rochers, too, had something to say. In fact, he insisted that cautious steps had sounded in the now vacant room above him on the first and second nights of Gilman's absence from it. Paul Chawonsky thought that he heard some sounds in the hall and on the stairs at night, and claimed that his door had been softly tried, while Mrs. Drombeski vowed she had seen Brown Jenkins for the first time since All Hallows. But such naive reports could mean very little, and Gilman let the cheap metal crucifix hang idly from a knob on his host's dresser. For 3 days, Gilman and Elwood canvassed the local museums in an effort to identify the strange spiky image, but always without success. In every quarter, however, interest was intense, for the utter alienage of the thing was a tremendous challenge to scientific curiosity. One of the small radiating arms was broken off and subject to chemical analysis, and the result is still talked about in college circles. Professor Ellery found platinum, iron, and tellurium in the strange alloy, but mixed with these was at least 3 other apparent elements of a high atomic weight, which chemistry was absolutely powerless to classify. Not only did they fail to correspond with any known element, but they did not even fit in the vacant places received by probable elements in the periodic table. The mystery remained unsolved to this day, though the image is on exhibit at the Museum of Miskatonic University. On the morning of April 27th, a fresh rat hole appeared in the room where Gilman was a guest, but Drombowski tinned it up during the day. The poison was not having much effect, for scratchings and scurryings in the wall were virtually undiminished. Elwood was out late that night, and Gilman waited up for him. He did not wish to go to sleep in a room alone, especially since he thought he had glimpsed in the evening twilight the repellent old woman whose image had become so horribly transferred to his dreams. He wondered who she was, and what had been near her rattling tin can in a rubbishing heap at the mouth of a squalid courtyard. The crone had seemed to notice him and leer evilly at him, though perhaps this was merely his imagination. The next day both youths felt very tired, and knew they would sleep like logs when night came. In the evening they drowsily discussed the mathematical studies which had so completely and perhaps harmfully engrossed Gilman, and speculated about the linkage with the ancient magic and folklore, which seemed so darkly probable. They spoke of old Keziah Mason, and Elwood agreed that Gilman had good scientific grounds for thinking she might have stumbled on strange and significant information. The hidden cults to which these witches belonged often guarded and handed down surprising secrets from elder forgotten eons, and it was by no means impossible that Keziah had actually mastered the art of passing through dimensional gates. Tradition emphasized the uselessness of material barriers in halting a witch's motion, and who can say what underlies the old tales of broomstick riding through the night? Whether a modern student could ever gain similar powers from mathematical research alone was still yet to be seen. Success, Gilman added, might lead to dangerous and unthinkable situations, for who could foretell the conditions pervading an adjacent but normally inaccessible dimension? On the other hand, the picturesque possibilities were enormous. Time could not exist in certain belts of space, and by entering and remaining in such a belt, one might preserve one's life and age indefinitely, never suffering organic metabolism or deterioration, except for the slightest amounts incurred during visits to one's own or similar planes. One might, for example, pass into timeless dimension and emerge at some remote point on Earth's history as young as before. Whether anybody had ever managed to do this could hardly conjecture with any degree of authority. Old legends are hazy and ambiguous, and in historic times, all attempts at crossing forbidden gaps seemed complicated by strange and terrible alliances with beings and messengers from outside. There was immemorial figure of a deputy or messenger or hidden and terrible powers, the Black Man of the witch cult and the Nyarlathotep of the Necronomicon. There was, too, the baffling problem of the lesser messengers or intermediates, the quasi-animals and queer hybrids, which legends depict as witches' familiars. As Gilman and Elwood retired, too sleepy to argue further, they heard Joe Mazowitz reel into the house half drunk and shuddered at the desperate wildness of his whining prayers. That night Gilman saw the violet light again. In his dream he heard a scratching and gnawing in the partitions and thought that someone fumbled clumsily at the latch. Then he saw the old woman and the small furry thing advancing towards him over the carpeted floor. The beldame's face was alight with inhuman exultation, and the little yellow-toothed morbidly tittered mockingly as it pointed at the heavily sleeping form of Elwood on the other couch across the room. A paralysis of fear stifled all attempts to cry out, as once before the hideous crone seized Gilman by the shoulders, yanking him out of bed and into empty space. Again, the infinitude of the shrieking twilight abysses flashed past him, but in another second he thought he was in a dark, muddy, unknown alley of fetid odors, with the rotting walls of ancient houses towering up on every hand. Ahead was the robed black man he had seen in the peaked spaces in the other dream, while from a lesser distance the old woman was beckoning and grimacing imperiously. Brown Jenkin was rubbing itself with a kind of affectionate playfulness around the ankles of the black man, which the deep mud largely concealed. There was a dark open doorway of the night to which the black man silently pointed. Into this the grimacing crone started, dragging Gilman after her by his pajama sleeve. There was evil-smelling staircases which creaked ominously, and on which the old woman seemed to radiate a faint violet light, and finally a door leading off a landing. The crone fumbled with the latch and pushed the door open, motioning to Gilman to wait, and disappeared inside the black aperture. The youth's oversensitive ears caught a hideous strangled cry, and presently the beldame came out of the room bearing a small, senseless form, which she thrust at the dreamer as if ordering him to carry it. The sight of this form and the expression on its face broke the spell. Still too dazed to cry out, he plunged recklessly down the noisome staircase and into the mud outside, halting only when seized and choking by the waiting black man. As consciousness departed, he heard the faint, shrill tittering of the fanged, rat-like abnormality. On the morning of the 29th, Gilman awakened into a maelstrom of horror. The instant he opened his eyes, he knew something was terribly wrong, for he was back in his old garret room with the slanting wall and ceiling, sprawled on the now unmade bed. His throat was aching inexplicably, and as he struggled to a sitting posture, he saw with growing fright that his feet and pajama bottoms were brown with caked mud. For the moment his recollections were hopelessly hazy, but he knew at least that he must have been sleepwalking. Elwood had been lost too deeply in slumber to hear and stop him. On the floor were confused, muddy prints, but oddly enough they did not extend all the way to the door. The more Gilman looked at them, the more peculiar they seemed. For addition to those he recognized as his, there were some smaller, almost round markings, such as the legs of a large chair or table might make, except that most of them tended to be divided into half. There was also some curious, muddy rat tracks leading out of a fresh hole and back into it again. Utter bewilderment and the fear of madness racked Gilman as he staggered to the door and saw that there were no muddy prints outside. The more he remembered of his hideous dream, the more terrified he felt, and added to his desperation to hear Joe Mautzowitz chanting mournfully 2 floors below. Descending to Elwood's room, he roused his still sleeping host and began to tell him how he had found himself. But Elwood could form no idea of what really had happened, when Gilman could have been, and how he got back to his room without making tracks in the hall, and how the muddied furniture-like prints came to be mixed with his in the garret chamber were wholly beyond conjecture. There were those dark, livid marks on his throat, as if he had tried to strangle himself. He put his hands up to them, but found that they did not even approximately fit. While they were talking, de Rochers dropped in to say that he had heard a terrific clatter overhead in the dark small hours. No, there had been no one on the stairs after midnight, though just before midnight he had heard faint footfalls in the garret, and cautiously descended stairs he did not like. It was, he added, a very bad time of the year for Arkham. The young gentleman had better be sure to wear the crucifix Joe Mousewitz had given him. Even the daytime was not safe, for after dawn there had been strange sounds in the house, especially a thin, childish wail, hastily choked off. Gilman mechanically attended classes that morning, but was wholly unable to fix his mind on his studies. A mood of hideous apprehension and expectancy had seized him, and he seemed to be awaiting the fall of some annihilating blow. At noon he lunched at the university spa, picking up a paper from the next seat as he waited for dessert. But he never ate that dessert, for an item on the page's first page left him limp, wide-eyed, and able only to pay his check and stagger back to Elwood's room. There had been a strange kidnapping the night before in Ohm's gangway, and the 2-year-old child of a Glod-like laundry worker named Anastasia Wolchniko had completely vanished from sight. The mother, it appears, had feared the event for some time, but the reasons she assigned for her fear were so grotesque that no one took them seriously. She had, she said, seen Brown Jenkin about the place now and then ever since early in March, and knew from its grimace and titterings that little Ladislas must be marked for the sacrifice at the awful Sabbat on Walpurgis night. She had asked the neighbor, May Cranach, to sleep in the room and try to protect the child, but Mary had not dared. She could not tell the police, for they never believed such things. Children had been taken that way every year since she could remember, and her friend Peter Stowacki would not help because he wanted the child out of the way anyhow. But what threw Gilman into a cold perspiration was the report of a pair of revelers who had been walking past the mouth of the gangway just after midnight. They admitted they'd been drunk, but both vowed they had seen a crazily dressed trio furtively entering the dark passageway. There had, they said, there had been a robed black man, a little old woman in rags, and a young man in his night clothes. The old woman had been dragging the youth, while around the feet of the black man a tamed rat was rubbing and weaving in brown mud. Gilman sat in a daze all afternoon, and Elwood, who had meanwhile seen the paper and formed terrible conjectures from them, found him thus when he came home. This time neither could doubt that something hideously serious was closing in around them. Between the phantoms of nightmare and the realities of the objective world, a monstrous and unthinkable relationship was crystallizing, and only stupendous vigilance could avert still more dire developments. Gilman must see a specialist sooner or later, but not just now when all the papers were full of this kidnapping business. Just what had really happened was maddeningly obscure, and for a moment both Gilman and Elwood exchanged whispered theories of the wildest kind. Had Gilman's unconsciously succeeded better than he knew in his studies of space and its dimensions? Had he actually slipped outside our sphere to points unguessed and unimaginable? Where, if anywhere, had he been on those nights of demonic alienage? The roaring twilight abysses, the green hillside, the blistering terrace, the pulls from the stars, the ultimate black vortex, the black man, the muddy alley and the stairs, the old witch and the fang to a furry horror, the bubble congeries, and the little polyhedron, the strange sunburn, the wrist wound, the unexplained image, the muddy feet, the throat marks, the tales and fears of the superstitious foreigners. What did it all mean? To what extent could the loss of sanity apply to such a case? There was no sleep for either of them after that night, but the next day they both cut classes and dozed. This was April 30th, and with the dusk would come the hellish Sabbath time, which all the foreigners and the superstitious old folk feared. Marowitz came home at 6 o'clock and said people at the mill were whispering that Walpurgis revels would be held in the dark ravine beyond Meadow Hill, where the old white stones stand in a place queerly devoid of all plant life. Some of them even told the police and advised them to look there for the missing Walajakko child, but they did not believe anything would be done. Joe insisted that the poor young gentleman wear his nickel-chained crucifix, and Gilman put it on and dropped it inside his shirt to humor the fellow. Late that night, the two youths sat drowsing in their chairs, lulled by the rhythmic praying of the loom fixer on the first floor. Gilman listened as he nodded, his preternaturally sharp hearing seeming to strain for some subtle, dreaded murmur beyond the noises in the ancient house. Unwholesome recollections of things in the Necronomicon and the Black Book welled up, and he found himself swaying to infidus rhythms said to pertain to the blackest ceremonies of the Sabbath, and to have an origin outside the time and space we comprehend. Presently he realized what he was listening for, the hellish chants of the celibates in the distant Black Valley. How did he know so much about what they expected? How did he know the time when Nahab and her acolyte were due to bear the brimming bowl which would follow the black cock and the black goat? He saw that Elwood had dropped asleep and tried to call out and waken him. Something, however, closed his throat. He was not his own master. Had he signed the black man's book after all? Then his fevered, abnormal hearing caused the distant, wind-borne notes. Over miles of hill and field and alley they came, but he recognized them nonetheless. The fires must be lit, and the dancers must be starting in. How could he keep himself from going? What was it that had enmeshed him? Mathematics? Folklore? The house? Old Keziah? Brown Jenkin? And now he saw there was fresh rat hole in the wall near his couch. Above the distant chanting and the nearer praying of Joe Mausewitz came another sound, a stealthy, determined scratching in the partitions. He hoped the electric lights would not go out. Then he saw the fanged, bearded little face in the rat hole, the accused little face which he had at last realized bore such a shocking, mocking resemblance to old Keziah's, and heard the faint fumbling at the door. The screaming twilight abysses lashed before him, and he felt himself helpless in the formless grasp of the incandescent bubble congeries. Ahead raced the small, kaleidoscopic polyhedron, and all through the churning void there was a heightened an acceleration of vague tonal pattern, which seemed to foreshadow some unutterable and unendurable climax. He seemed to know what was coming, the monstrous burst of Walpurgis rhythm in whose cosmic timbre would be concentrated all the primal ultimate space-time seethings which lay behind the mass spheres of matter, and sometimes break forth in measured reverberations that penetrated faintly to every layer of entity and giving hideous significance throughout the worlds to certain dreaded periods. But all this vanished in a second. He was again in the cramped, violet-lit peaked space with the slanted floor, the low cases of ancient books and benches and tables, the queer objects, and the triangular gulf at one side. On the table lay a small white figure, an infant boy, unclothed and unconscious, while on the other side stood the monstrous, leering old woman with a gleaming, grotesque half-knife in her right hand, and a queerly proportioned pale metal bowl covered with curious, chaste designs and having delicate lateral handles in her left. She was intoning some croaking ritual in a language which Gilman could not understand, but which seemed like something guardedly quoted in the Necronomicon. As the scene grew clear, he saw the ancient crone bent forward and extended the empty bowl across the table, and unable to control his own motions, he reached far forward and took it in both hands, noticing as he did so its comparative lightness. At the same moment, the disgusting form of Brown Jenkins scrambled up over the brink of the triangle black gulf on his left. The crone now motioned him to hold the bowl in a certain position while she raised the huge, grotesque knife above the small white victim as high as her right hand could reach. The fanged furry thing began tittering a continuation of the unknown ritual, while the witch croaked loathsome responses. Gilman felt a gnawing, poignant abhorrence shoot through his mental and emotional paralysis, and the light metal bowl shook in his grasp. A second later, the downward motion of the knife broke the spell completely, and he dropped the bowl with a resounding bell-like clangor, while his hands darted out frantically to stop the monstrous deed. In an instant, he had edged up the slanting floor around the end of the table and wrenched the knife from the old woman's claws, sending it clattering over the brink of the narrow triangular gulf. In another instant, however, matters were reversed, for those murderous claws had locked themselves tightly around his own throat, while the wrinkled face was twisted with insane fury. He felt the chains of the cheap crucifix grind into his neck, and his peril wondered how the sight of the object itself would affect the evil creature. Her strength was altogether superhuman, but as she continued her choking, he reached feebly in his shirt and drew out the metal symbol, snapping the chain and pulling it free. At the sight of the device, the witch seemed struck with panic, and her grip relaxed long enough to give Gilman a chance to break it entirely. He pulled the steel-like claws from his neck, and he would have dragged the beldam over the edge of the gulf, had not the claws received a fresh access of strength and closed in again. This time his resolve to reply in kind, and his own hands reached out for the creature's throat. Before she saw what he was doing, he had the chain of the crucifix twisted about her neck, and a moment later he had tightened it enough to cut off her breath. During her last struggle, he felt something bite at his ankle, and saw that Brown Jenkins had come to her aid. With one savage kick, he sent the morbidity over the edge of the gulf, and heard it whimper on some level far below. Whether he had killed the ancient crone he did not know, but he let her rest on the floor where she had fallen. Then, as he turned away, he saw on the table a sight which nearly snapped the last thread of his reason. Brown Jenkins, tough of sinew and with 4 tiny hands of demonic dexterity, had been busy while the witch was throttling him, and his efforts had been in vain. What he had done prevented the knife from doing to the victim's chest the yellow fangs of the furry blasphemy had done to a wrist, and so the bowl, so lately on the floor, stood full beside the small, lifeless body. In his dream delirium, Gilman heard the hellish, alien rhythm chant of the Sabbat coming from an infinite distance, and he knew the black man must be there. Confused memories mixed themselves with his mathematics, and he believed his subconscious mind held the angles which he needed to guide him back to the normal world. Alone and unaided for the first time, He felt sure he was in the immemorial sealed loft above his own room, but whether he could ever escape through the slanted floor or the long-stopped egress, he doubted greatly. Besides, would not an escape from a dream loft bring him merely into a dream house, an abnormal projection of the actual place he sought? He was wholly bewildered as to the relation betwixt dream and reality in his experiences. The passage through the vague abysses would be frightful, for the Walpurgis rhythm would be vibrating, and at last he would have to hear the hitherto veiled cosmic pulsing, which he had so mortally dreaded. Even now he could detect a low, monstrous shaking, whose tempo he suspected all too well. At Sabbath time he always mounted and reached through to the worlds to summon the initiate to nameless rites. Half the chants of the Sabbath were patterned on his faintly overheard pulsing, which no earthly ear could endure in its unveiled spatial futileness. Gilman wondered, too, whether he could trust his instincts to take him back to the right part of space. How could he be sure he would not land on that green-litten hillside of a far planet, or the telesaded terrace above the city of tentacled monsters somewhere beyond the galaxy, or in the spiral black vortices of that ultimate void of chaos where reigns the mindless demon sultan, Azathoth? Just before he made the plunge, the violet light went out and left him in utter blackness. The witch, old Keziah, Nahab, that must have meant her death. And mixed with the distant chant of the Sabbath and the whispers of Brown Jenkins in the gulf below, he thought he heard another and wilder whine from unknown depths. Joe Mazowitz, the prayers against the crawling chaos, now turned to an inexplicable, triumphant shriek. Worlds of sardonic actuality impinging on vortices of febrile dream. I, Shub-Nagrath, the goat with 1,000 young. They found Gilman on the floor of his queerly angled old garret room long before dawn, for the terrible cry had brought DeRochers and Choyensky and Dombrowitz and Morowitz at once, and even wakened the sound of sleeping Elwood in his chair. He was alive and with open staring eyes, but seemed largely unconscious. On his throat were the marks of murderous hands, and on his left ankle was a distressing rat bite. His clothing was badly rumpled, and Joe's crucifix was missing. Elwood trembled, afraid to even speculate on what new form his friend's sleepwalking had taken. Morowitz seemed half-dazed because of a sign he had said he had in response to his prayers, and he crossed himself frantically when the squealing and whimpering of a rat sounded from beyond the slated partition. When the dreamer was settled on his couch in Elwood's room, they sent for Dr. Malowitzk, a local practitioner who would repeat no tales when they might prove embarrassing, and he gave Gilman 2 hypodermic injections, which caused him to relax in something like a natural drowsiness. During the day, the patient regained consciousness at times and whispered his newest dream disjointedly to Elwood. It was a painful process, and at the very start brought out a fresh and disconcerting fact. Gilman, whose ears had so lately possessed an abnormal sensitiveness, was now stone deaf. Dr. Malowitzki, summoned again in haste, told Elwood that both eardrums were ruptured, as if by the impact of some stupendous sound intense beyond all human conception or endurance. How such a sound could have been heard in the last few hours without rousing all of Miskatonic Valley was more than an honest physician could say. Elwood wrote his part of the colloquy on paper, so that a fairly easy communication was maintained. Neither knew what to make of the whole chaotic business, and decided it would be better if they thought as little as possible about it. Both, though, agreed that they must leave this ancient and accursed house as soon as could be arranged. Evening papers spoke of a police raid on some curious revelers in a ravine beyond Meadow Hill just before dawn, and mentioned that the white stone there was an object of age-long superstitious regard. No one had been caught, but among the scattering fugitives had been glimpsed a huge black man. In another column it was stated that no trace of the missing child had been found. The crowning horror came that very night. Elwood will never forget it, and was forced to stay out of college the rest of the term because of the resulting nervous breakdown. He had thought he heard rats in the partition all evening, but paid little attention to them. Then, long after he and Gilman had retired, the atrocious shrieking began. Elwood jumped up, turned on the light, and rushed over to his guest's couch. The occupant was emitting sounds of venerable inhuman nature, as if racked by some torment beyond description. He was writhing under the bedclothes, and a great red stain was beginning to appear on the blankets. Elwood scarcely dared to touch him, but gradually the screaming and writhing subsided. By this time, Dombrowski, Choinsky, Droscher, and Marowitz, and the top-floor lodger were all crowding into the doorway, and the landlord had sent his wife back to telephone for Dr. Malowitsky. Everybody shrieked when a large rat-like form suddenly jumped out from beneath the ensanguined bedclothes and scuttled across the floor to a fresh open hole close by. When the doctor arrived and began to pull down those frightful covers, Walter Gilman was dead. It would be barbarous to do more than to suggest what had killed Gilman. There had been virtually a tunnel through his body. Something had eaten his heart out. Dombrowski, frantic at the failure of his constant rat-poisoning efforts, cast aside all thought of his lease, and within a week had moved with all of his older lodgers to a dingy but less ancient house in Walnut Street. The worst thing for a while was keeping Joe Mausowiski quiet, for the brooding loom fixer would never stay sober and was constantly whining and muttering about spectral and terrible things. It seems that on that last hideous night, Joe had stopped to look at the crimson rat tracks, which led from Gilman's couch to the nearby hole. On the carpet they were very indistinct, but a piece of open flooring intervened between the carpet's edge and the baseboard. There Malowitz had found something monstrous, or thought he had, for no one else could quite agree with him, despite the undeniable queerness of the prints. The tracks on the floor were certainly vastly unlike the average prints of a rat, but even Choinsky and Drosonsker could not admit that they were like the prints of 4 tiny human hands. The house was never rented again. As soon as Dombrowski left it, the pall of its final desolation began to descend, for people shunned it, both on account of its old reputation and because of the new fetid odor. Perhaps the ex-landlord's rat poison had worked after all, for not long after his departure, the place became a neighborhood nuisance. Health officials traced the smell to the closed spaces above and beside the eastern garret room, and agreed that a number of the dead rats must be enormous. They decided, however, that it was not worth their while to hew open and disinfect the long-sealed spaces, for the fetor would soon be over, and the locality was not one which encouraged fastidious standards. Indeed, there was always vague local tales of unexplained stenches upstairs in the witch house, just after May Eve and Hallowmas. The neighbors grumblingly acquiesced to the inertia, but the fetor nonetheless formed an additional count against the place. Towards the last, the house was condemned as habitation by the building inspector. Gilman's dreams and their attendant circumstances have never been explained. Elwood, whose thoughts on the entire episode are sometimes almost maddening, came back to college the next autumn and graduated the following June. He found the spectral gossip of the town much diminished, and it is indeed a fact that, notwithstanding certain reports of a ghostly tittering in the deserted house, which lasted almost as long as the edifice itself, no fresh appearance either of old Keziah or Brown Jenkin have been muttered of since Gilman's death. It's rather fortunate that Elwood was not in Arkham in that later year, when certain events abruptly renewed the local whispers about elder horrors. Of course, he heard about the matter afterwards, and suffered untold torment of black and bewildering speculation. But even that was not as bad as actual Nemus and several possible sites would have been. In March 1931, a gale wrecked the roof and great chimney of the vacant witch house, so that a chaos of crumbling bricks, blackened, moss-grown shingles, and rotting planks and timbers crashed down into the loft and broke through the floor beneath. The whole attic story was choked with debris from above, but no one took the trouble to touch the mass before the inevitable raising of the decrepit structure. The ultimate step came the following December, and it was when Gilman's old room was cleared out by reluctant, apprehensive workmen that gossip began. Among the rubbish which had crashed through the ancient slanting ceiling were several things which made the workmen pause and call in the police. Later the police in turn called in the coroner and several professors from the university. There were bones, badly crushed and splintered, but clearly recognizable as human, whose manifestly modern date conflicted puzzlingly with the remote period at which their only possible lurking place, the low slanted floored loft overhead, had supposedly been sealed from all human access. The coroner's physician decided that some belonged to a smaller child, while certain others, found mixed with shreds of rotten brownish cloth, belonged to a rather undersized, bent female of advanced years. Careful sifting of debris also disclosed many tiny bones of rats caught in the collapse, as well as older rat bones gnawed by small fangs in a fashion now and then highly productive of controversy and reflection. Other objects found include the mingled fragments of many books and papers, together with a yellow dust left from the total disintegration of still older books and papers. All, without exception, appeared to deal with black magic in its most advanced and horrible forms. And the evidently recent date of certain items is still a mystery as unsolved as that of the modern human bones. An even greater mystery is the absolute homogeneity of the crabbed, archaic writing found on a wide range of papers, whose conditions and watermarks suggest age differences of at least 150 to 200 years. To some, though, the great mystery of it all is the variety of utterly inexplicable objects whose shape, material, types of workmanship, and purposes baffle all conjecture. Found scattered amongst the wreckage is evidently diverse states of injury. One of these things, which excited several Miskatonic professors profoundly, is a badly damaged monstrosity plainly resembling the strange image which Gilman gave to the college museum, save that it is larger, wrought of some peculiar bluish stone, instead of metal, and possessed of a singularly angled pedestal with undecipherable hieroglyphics. Archaeologists and anthropologists are still trying to explain the bizarre design chased on a crushed bowl of light metal, whose inner side bore ominous brown stains when found. Foreigners and credulous grandmothers are equally garrulous about the modern nickel crucifix with broken chain mixed in the rubbish and shrivelingly identified by Joe Mazowiecki as that which he had given poor Gilman many years before. Some believe this crucifix was dragged up into the sealed loft by rats, while others think it must have been on the floor in some corner of Gilman's old room at the time. Still others, including Joe himself, have theories too wild and fantastic for sober credulence. When the slating walls of Gilman's room was torn out, the once sealed triangular space between the partition and the house north wall was found to contain much less structural debris, even in proportion to its size, that the room itself, though it had a ghastly layer of older material which paralyzed the wreckers with horror. In brief, the floor was a venerable ossuary of bones of small children, some fairly modern, but others extending back into infinite gradations to a period so remote the crumbling was almost complete. On this deep, bony layer rested a knife of great size, obvious antiquity and grotesque, ornate, and exotic design, above which the debris was piled. In the midst of this debris, wedged between a fallen plank and a cluster of cemented bricks from the ruined chimney, an object designed to cause more bafflement, veiled fright, and openly superstitious talk in Arkham than anything else discovered in the haunted and accursed building. This object was the partially crushed skeleton of a huge, diseased rat, whose abnormalities are still a topic of debate and source of singular reticence among the members of Miskatonic's Department of Comparative Anatomy. Very little concerning the skeleton is leaked out, but the workmen who found it whisper in shocked tones about the long, brownish hair with which it was associated. The bones of the tiny paws, it is rumored, implied prehensile characteristics more typical of a diminutive monkey than of a rat, while the small skull, with its savage yellow fangs, is of the utmost anomalousness, appearing from certain angles like a miniature, monstrously degraded parody of a human skull. The workmen crossed themselves in fright when they came upon this blasphemy, but later burned candles of gratitude in St. Stanislaus Church because of the shrill, ghostly tittering they felt they would never hear again. So quoth this raven. The Tree by H.P. Lovecraft. On a verdant slope of Mount Manialos in Arcadia, there stands an olive grove about the ruins of a villa. Close by is a tomb, once beautiful with the sublimest sculptures, but now fallen into as great decay as the house. At one end of that tomb, its curious roots displace the time-stained blocks of Pentelic marble, grows an unnaturally large olive tree of oddly repellent shape, so like to some grotesque man or death-distorted body of a man that the country folk fear to pass it at night when the moon shines faintly through the crooked boughs. Mount Manialos is chosen haunt of the dreaded Pan, whose queer companions are many, and simple swains believe that the tree must have some hideous kinship to these weird Panaceas, But an old beekeeper who lives in the neighboring cottage told me a different story. Many years ago, when the hillside villa was new and resplendent, there dwelled within it the two sculptors, Kalos and Musides. From Lydia to Nepolis, the beauty of their work was praised, and none dare say that the one excelled the other in skill. The Hermes of Kalos stood in a marbled shrine in Corinth, and the palace of Musides surmounted a pillar in Athens near the Parthenon. All men paid homage to Kalos and Musides, and marveled that no shadow of artistic jealousy cooled the warmth of their brotherly friendship. But though Kalos and Musides dwelt in unbroken harmony, their natures were not alike. Whilst Musides reveled by night amid the urban gaieties of Tegese, Kalos would remain at home, stealing away from the sights of his slaves into the cool recesses of the olive grove. There he would meditate upon the visions that filled his mind, and there devise the forms of beauty which later became immortal in breathing marble. Idle folk indeed said that Kalos conversed with the spirits of the grove, and that his statues were but images of the fauns and dryads he met there, for he patterned his work after no living model. So famous were Kalos and Musides that none wondered when the tyrant of Syracuse sent to them deputies to speak of the costly statues of Tyche, which he had planned for his city. Of great size and cunning workmanship must be the statue, for it was to form a wonder of nations and a goal of travelers. Exalted beyond the thought would be he whose work should gain acceptance, and for his honor Kalos and Musides were invited to compete. Their brotherly love was well known, and the crafty tyrant surmised that each, instead of concealing his work from the other, would offer aid and advice, this charity producing two images of unheard-of beauty, the lovelier of which would eclipse even the dreams of poets. With joy the sculptors hailed the tyrant's offer, so that in the days that followed, their slaves heard the ceaseless blows of chisels. Not from each other did Kalos and Musides conceal their work, but the sight was for them alone. Saving theirs, no eyes beheld the two divine figures, released by skillful blows from the rough blocks that had imprisoned them since the world began. At night, as of yore, Musides sought the banquet halls of Tegea, while Kalos wandered alone in the olive grove. But as time passed, the men observed a want of gaiety in the once sparkling Musides. It was strange. They said amongst themselves that depression should thus seize one with so great a chance to win art's loftiest reward. Many months passed, yet in the sour face of Musides came nothing of the sharp expectancy which the situation should arouse. Then, one day, Musides spoke of the illness of Kalos, after which none marveled again at his sadness, since the sculptor's attachment was known to be deep and sacred. Subsequently, many went to visit Kalos and indeed noticed the pallor of his face, but there was about him a happy serenity which made his glance more magical than the glance of Musides, who was clearly distracted with anxiety, and who pushed aside all the slaves in his eagerness to feed and wait upon his friend with his own hands. Hidden behind heavy curtains stood the two unfinished figures of Tyche. Little touch of late by the sick man and his faithful attendant. As Kalos grew inexplicably weaker and weaker, despite the ministrations of puzzled physicians and of his assiduous friend, he desired to be carried often to the grove which he so loved. There he would ask to be left alone, as if wishing to speak with unseen things. Musides ever granted his request, though his eyes filled with visible tears at the thought that Kalos should care more for the fauns and the dryads than for him. At last, and the end drew near, and Kalos discovered of things beyond this life. Musides, weeping, promised him a sepulchre more lovely than the tomb of Mausolus, but Kalos bade him speak no more of marble glories. Only one wish now haunted the mind of the dying man. The twigs from certain olive trees in the grove be buried in his resting place, close to his head. And one night, sitting alone in the darkness of the olive grove, Kalos died. Beautiful beyond words was the marble sepulchre which stricken Musides carved for his beloved friend. None but Kalos himself could have fashioned such a bas-relief, wherein were displayed all the splendors of Elysium, nor did Musides fail to bury close to Kalos's head the olive twigs from the grove. As the first violence of Musides' grief gave place to resignation, he labored with diligence upon his figure of Tyche. All honor was now his, since the tyrant of Syracuse would have the work of none save him or Kalos. His task proved a vent for his emotion, and he toiled more steadily each day, shunning the gaieties he had once relished. Meanwhile his evenings were spent beside the tomb of his friend, where a young olive tree had sprung up near the sleeper's head. So swift was the growth of this tree, and so strange was its form, that all who beheld it exclaimed in surprise, and Musides seemed at once fascinated and repelled. 3 years after the death of Kalos, Musides dispatched a message to the tyrant, and it was whispered in the agora of Tyche that the mighty statue was finished. By this time the tree and the tomb had attained amazing proportions, exceeding all other trees of its kind, and sending out a singularly heavy branch above the apartment in which Musides labored. As many visitors came to view the prodigious tree, and to admire the art of the sculptor, so that Musides was seldom alone. But he did not mind his multitude of guests. Indeed, he seemed to dread being alone now that his absorbing work was done. The bleak mountain wind, sighing through the olive grove, and the tomb tree had an uncanny way of forming vague, articulate sounds. The sky was dark on the evening that the tyrant emissary came to Tyche, and it was definitely known that they had come to bear away the great image of Tyche and bring eternal honor to Musides. So the reception by the proxenoi was of great warmth. As the night wore on, a violent storm of wind broke over the crest of Malinos, and the men from far Syracuse were glad that they rested snugly in the town. They talked of their illustrious tyrant, and of the splendor of his capital, and exulted in the glory of the statue which Musides had wrought for him. And then the men of Tegu spoke of the goodness of Musides, and of his heavy grief for his friend, and how not even the coming laurels of art would console him in the absence of Kalos, who might have worn those laurels instead. Of the tree which grew by the tomb near the head of Kalos, they also spoke. The wind shrieked more horribly, and both the Sicurians and Arcadians prayed to Iolus. In the sunshine of the morning, the proxenoi led the tyrant's messenger up the slope to the abode of the sculptor. But the night wind had done strange things. Slaves' cries ascended from the scene of desolation, and no more amidst the olive grove rose the gleaming colonnades of that vast hall where Musides had dreamed and toiled. Lone and shaken mourned the humble courts and the lower walls, for upon the sumptuous, great peristyle had fallen squarely the heavy overhanging bough of the strange new tree, reducing the stately poem in marble with odd completeness to a mound of unsightly ruins. Strangers and Tegans stood aghast, looking from the wreckage to the great, sinister tree whose aspect was so weirdly human and whose roots reached so queerly into the sculpted sepulchre of Kalos, and their fears and dismay increased when they searched the fallen apartment for the gentle Musides. And of the marvelous fashioned image of Tyche, no trace could be discovered. Amid such sumptuous ruin, only chaos dwelt, and the representatives of two cities left disappointed. Syracusians, that they had no statue to bear home. Tegians, that they had no artist to crown. However, the Sicurians obtained after a while a very splendid statue in Athens, and the Tegians consoled themselves by erecting in the Agora a marble temple commemorating the gifts, virtues, and brotherly piety of Musides. But the olive grove still stands, as does the tree growing out of the tomb of Kalos, and the old beekeeper told me that sometimes the boughs whisper to one another in the night, saying over and over again, "Oida, Oida, I know, I know." So quoth this raven. Hello, darlings. I hope you had a lovely Sunday. This is for part 2 of Horror in the Museum. However, as part 1 didn't go well twice for me, I'm going to put it in here all together. If you've listened to part 1 and don't want to hear it again, I will put a timestamp in the comments for you. Thank you so much for listening, and sleep well. Horror in the Museum by H.P. Lovecraft for Hazel Heald. It was languid curiosity which first brought Stephen Jones to Rogers Museum. Someone had told him about the queer underground place in Southwark Street across the river, where waxen things so much more horrible than the worst effigies at Madame Tussauds were shewn. And he strolled in one day in April to see how disappointing he would find it. Oddly, he was not disappointed. There was something different and distinctive here. After all, of course, the usual gory commonplace was present. Landru, Dr. Crippen, Madame Demers, Rizzio, Lady Jane Grey, endless maimed victims of war and revolution, and monsters like Gilles de Rais and the Marquis de Sade. But there were other things which had made him breathe faster and stay till the ringing of the closed bell. The man who had fashioned his collection could be no ordinary mountebank. There was imagination, even a kind of diseased genius in some of this stuff. Later he had learned about George Rogers. The man had been on Tussaud's staff, but some trouble had developed which led to his discharge. There were aspirations on his sanity and tales of his crazy forms of secret worship, though latterly his success with his own basement museum had dulled the edges of some criticisms which sharpening the insidious points of others. Teratology and the iconography of nightmare were his hobbies. And even he had the prudence to screen off some of his worst effigies in a special alcove for adults only. It was this alcove which had fascinated Joan so much. There were lumpish hybrid things which only fantasy could spawn, molded with devilish skill and colored in horribly lifelike fashion. Some were figures of well-known myth, gorgons, chimeras, dragons, cyclops, and all their shuddersome conigers. Others were drawn from darker and more furtively whispered cycles of subterranean legend. Black, formless, Sathagua, many-tentacled Cthulhu, Proboscidean, Changur, Evion, Faugan, and other rumored blasphemies from forbidden books like the Necronomicon and the Book of Evion, or the Unauspicial Kulin of von Yurtzen. But the worst were wholly original with Rogers, and represented shape which no tale of antiquity had ever dared to suggest. Several were hideous parodies on forms of organic life we know, while others seemed taken from feverish dreams of other planets and other galaxies. The wilder paintings of Clark Ashton Smith might suggest a few, but nothing could suggest the effect of poignant, loathsome terror created by their great size and fiendish cunning workmanship, and by the diabolically clever lighting conditions under which they were exhibited. Stephen Jones, as a leisurely connoisseur of the bizarre in art, had sought out Rogers himself in the dingy office and workroom behind the vaulted museum chamber, an evil-looking crypt, lighted dimly by dusty windows, sat slit-like and horizontal in the brick wall on a level with the ancient cobblestones of hidden courtyards. It was here that the images were repaired. Here, too, where some of them had been made. Waxen arms, legs, heads, and torsos lay in grotesque array on various benches, while on high tiers of shelves, matted wigs, ravenous-looking teeth, and glassy staring eyes were indiscriminately scattered. Costumes of all sorts hung from hooks, and in one alcove were great piles of flesh-covered wax cakes, and shelves filled with paint cans and brushes of every description. In the center of the room was a large melting furnace used to prepare the wax for molding, its firebox topped by a huge iron container on hinges with a spout which permitted the pouring of melted wax with the merest touch of a finger. Other things in the dismal crypt were less describable. Isolated parts of problematic entities whose assembled forms were the phantoms of delirium. At one end was a door of heavy plank, fastened by an unusually large padlock, and with a very peculiar symbol painted over it. Jones, who had once had access to the dreaded Necronomicon, shivered involuntarily as he recognized that symbol. This showman, he reflected, must indeed be a person of disconcertingly wide scholarship in dark and dubious fields. Nor did the conversation with Rogers disappoint him. The man was tall, lean, and rather unkempt, with large black eyes which gazed combustively from a pallid and usually stubble-covered face. He did not resent Jones's intrusion, but seemed to welcome the chance of unburdening himself to an interested person. His voice was of singular depth and resonance, and harbored a sort of repressed intensity bordering on the feverish. Jones did not wonder that many had thought him mad. With every successive call, and such calls became a habit as the weeks went by, Jones found Rogers more communicative and confidential. From the first there had been hints of strange faiths and practices on the showman's part, and later on these hints expanded into tales, despite a few corroborative photographs whose extravagance was almost cosmic. It was sometime in June, on a night when Jones had brought a bottle of good whiskey and plied his host somewhat freely, that the really demented talk first appeared. Before that, there had been wild enough stories, accounts of mysterious trips to Tibet, the African interior, the Arabian desert, the Amazon Valley, Alaska, and certain little-known islands of the South Pacific, plus claims of having read such monstrous and half-fabulous books as the prehistoric Ptolemaic Fragment and the De Whole Chants attributed to malign and non-human Lang. But nothing in all of this had been so unmistakably insane as what had cropped out of that June evening under the spell of the whiskey. To be plain, Roger began making vague boasts of having found certain things in nature that no one had found before, and of having brought back tangible evidence of such discoveries. According to his bilious harangue, he had gone farther than anyone else in interpreting the obscure and primal books he studied, and had been directed by them to certain remote places where strange survivals are hidden, survivals of eons and life cycles earlier than mankind, and in some cases connected with other dimensions and other worlds, communication with which was frequent in the forgotten pre-human days. Jones marveled at the fancy which he could conjure up such notions, and wondered just what Roger's mental history had been. Had his work amidst the morbid grotesqueries of Madame Tussauds been the start of his imaginative flights? Or was it the tendency innate, so that his choice of occupation was merely one of its manifestations? At any rate, the man's work was very closely linked with his notions. Even now, there was no mistaking the tread of his blackest hints about the nightmare monstrosities in the screened-off, adult-only alcove. Heedless of ridicule, he was trying to imply that not all of these demonic abnormalities were artificial. It was Jones's frank skepticism and amusement at these irresponsible claims which broke up the growing cordiality. Rogers, it was clear, took himself very seriously, for he now became morose and resentful, continuing to tolerate Jones only through a dogged urge to break down his wall of urbane and complacent incredulity. Wild tales and suggestions of rites and sacrifices to nameless elder gods continued, and now and then Roger would lead his guest to one of the hideous blasphemies in the screened-off alcove and point out features difficult to reconcile with even the finest human craftsmanship. Jones continued his visits through sheer fascination, though he knew he had forfeited his host's regard. At times he would try to humor Rogers with pretended assent to some mad hint or assertion, but the gaunt showman was seldom to be deceived by such tactics. The tension came to a head later in September. Jones had casually dropped into the museum one afternoon and was wandering through the dim corridors whose horrors were now so familiar, when he heard a very peculiar sound from the direction of Roger's workroom. Others heard it too, and started nervously as the echoes reverberated through the great vaulted basement. The three attendants exchanged odd glances, and one of them, a dark, taciturn, foreign-looking fellow who always served Rogers as a repairer and assistant designer, smiled in a way which seemed to puzzle his colleagues, and which grated very harshly on some facet of Jones's sensibility. It was the yelp or screams of a dog, and was such a sound as could be made only under conditions of utmost fright and agony combined. Its stark, anguished frenzy was appalling to hear, and this setting of grotesque abnormalities, it held a double hideousness. Jones remembered that no dogs were allowed in the museum. He was about to go to the door leading to the workroom, when the dark attendant stopped him with a word and a gesture. "Mr. Rogers," the man said in a soft, somewhat accented voice, at once apologetic and vaguely sardonic, was out, and there were standing orders to admit no one to the workroom during his absence. As for that yelp, it was undoubtedly something in the courtyard behind the museum. This neighborhood was full of stray mongrels, and their fights were sometimes shockingly noisy. There was no dogs in any part of the museum, but if Mr. Jones wished to see Mr. Rogers, he might find him just before closing time. After this, Jones climbed the old stone steps to the street outside and examined the squalid neighborhood curiously. The leaning, decrepit buildings, once dwellings, but now largely shops and warehouses, were very ancient indeed. Some of them were of a gabled type, seeming to go back to Tudor times, and a faint miasmic stench hung subtly about the whole region. Besides the dingy house whose basement held the museum, was a low archway pierced by a dark cobbled alley, and this Jones entered in a vague wish to find the courtyard behind the workroom, and settle the affairs of the dog more comfortably in his mind. The courtyard was dim in the late afternoon light, hemmed in by rear walls, even uglier and more intangibly menacing than the crumbling street facade of the evil old houses. Not a dog was in sight, and Jones wondered how the aftermath of such a frantic turmoil could have completely vanished so soon. Despite the assistant's statement that no dog had been in the museum, Jones glanced nervously at the three small windows of the basement workroom, narrow, horizontal rectangles close to the grass-grown pavement, with grimy panes that stared repulsively and incuriously like the eyes of dead fish. To their left, a worn flight of steps led to an opaque and heavy bolted door. Some impulse urged him to crouch low on the damp, broken cobblestones and peer in, on the chance that the thick green shades, worked by long cords that hung down to a reachable level, might not be drawn. The outer surface were thick with dirt, but he rubbed them with a handkerchief. He saw there was no obscuring curtain in the way of his vision. So shadowed was the cellar from the inside that not much could be made out. But the grotesque working paraphernalia now that loomed up spectrally as Jones tried each of the windows in turn. It seemed evident at first that no one was within, Yet when he peered through the extreme right-hand window, the one nearest the entrance alley, he saw a glow of light at the farthest end of the apartment, which made him pause in bewilderment. There was no reason why any light should be there. It was an inner side of the room, and he could not recall any gas or electric fixture near that point. Another look defined that glow as a large vertical rectangle, and a thought occurred to him. It was in that direction he had always noticed the heavy plank door with the abnormally large padlock, the door which was never opened, and above which was crudely smeared that hideous cryptic symbol from the fragmentary records of forbidden elder magic. It must be open now, and there was a light inside. All his former speculation as to where the door led and as to what lay behind it were now renewed with trembly, disquieting force. Jones wandered aimlessly around the dismal locality till close to 6 o'clock, when he returned to the museum to make the call on Rogers. He could hardly tell why he wished so especially to see the man just then, but there must have been some subconscious misgivings about the terrible, unplaceable canine scream in the afternoon, and about the glow of light in that disturbing and usually unopened inner doorway with the heavy padlock. The attendants were leaving as he arrived, and he thought that Orabona, the dark, foreign-looking assistant, eyed him with something like sly, repressed amusement. He did not relish that look, even though he had seen the fellow turn it on his employer many times. The vaulted exhibition room was ghoulish in its desertion, but he strode quickly through it and rapped at the door of the office and workroom. Response was slow in coming, though there were footsteps inside. Finally, in response to a second knock, the lock rattled, and the ancient, 6-paneled portal creaked reluctantly open to reveal the slouching, feverish-eyed form of George Rogers. From the first, it was clear that the showman was in an unusual mood. There was a curious mixture of reluctance and actual gloating in his welcome, and his talk at once veered to extravagances of the most hideous and incredible sort. Surviving elder gods, nameless sacrifices, the other than artificial nature of some of the alcove horrors, all the usual boasts, but uttered in a tone of peculiarity, increasing confidence. Obviously, Jones reflected, the poor fellow's madness was gaining on him. From time to time, Rogers would send furtive glances towards the heavy padlocked inner door at the end of the room, or towards a piece of coarse burlap on the floor not far from it, beneath which some small object appeared to be lying. Jones grew more nervous as the moments passed, and began to feel as hesitant about mentioning the afternoon's oddities as he had formerly been anxious to do so. Roger's sepulchrally resonant bass almost cracked under the excitement of his fevered rambling. "Do you remember," he shouted, "what I told you about that ruined city in Indochina where the Toko lived? You had to admit I'd been there when you saw the photographs, even if you did think I made the oblong swimmer in the darkness out of wax. If you'd seen it writhing in the underground pools, as I did. Well, this is bigger still. I never told you about this because I wanted to work out the later parts before making any claim. When you see in the snapshots, you'll know the geography couldn't have been faked, and I fancy I have another way of proving that it isn't any waxed concoction of mine. You've never seen it, for the experiments wouldn't let me keep it on exhibit. The showman glanced queerly at the padlocked door. It all comes from that long ritual in the 8th Namek fragment. When I got it figured out, I saw I could have one meaning. There were things in the north before the land of Lamar, before mankind existed, but the thing was there as we knew it would be. Great Cyclopsian ruins, acres of them. There were less left than we'd hoped for, but after 3 million years, what could one expect? There weren't the Esquimau legends all in the right directions. We couldn't get one of the beggars to go up with us and had to sledge all the way to Nome for Americans. Orabana was no good up in that climate. It made him sullen and hateful. I'll tell you later how we found it. When we got to the ice blasted out of the pylons on the central ruin, the stairway was just as we knew it would be. Some carvings still there, and it was no trouble keeping the Yankees from following us in. Orabana shivered like a leaf. You'd never think it from the damned insolent way he struts around. He knew enough of the Elder Lord to be properly afraid. The eternal light was gone, but our torches shewed enough. We saw the bones of others who had been before us. Eons ago, when the climate was warm. Some of those bones were of things you couldn't even imagine. At the 3rd level down, we found the ivory throne the fragment said so much about. And I may well tell you, it wasn't empty. The thing on that throne didn't move, and we knew then that it needed the nourishment of sacrifice. But we didn't want to wake it then. Better to get it to London first. Orabana and I went to the surface for the big box. But when we had it packed, we couldn't get it up 3 flights of steps. These steps weren't made for human beings. Their size bothered us. Anyway, it was devilishly heavy. We had to have the Americans down to get it out. They weren't anxious to go into the place, but of course the worst thing was safely inside the box. We told them it was a batch of ivory carvings, archaeological stuff. And after seeing the carved throne, they probably believed us. It's a wonder they didn't suspect hidden treasure and demand a share. They must have told queer tales around Nome later on, though I doubt if they ever went back to those ruins, even for the ivory throne. Roger paused, felt around in his desk, and produced an envelope of good-sized photographic prints. Extracting one and laying it face down before him, he handed the rest to Jones. The set was certainly an odd one. Ice-clad hills, dog sleds, men in furs, and vast tumbled ruins against a background of snow. Ruins whose bizarre outline and enormous stone blocks could hardly be accounted for. One flashlight view showed an incredible interior chamber with wild carvings and a curious throne, whose proposition could not have been deigned for a human occupant. The carvings on the gigantic masonry, high walls and peculiar vaulting overhead, were mainly symbolic and involved both wholly unknown designs and certain hieroglyphs darkly cited in obscure legend. Over the throne loomed the same dreadful symbol which was now painted on the workroom wall above the padlocked plank door. Jones darted a nervous glance at the closed portal. Assuredly, Roger had been to strange places and seen strange things. Yet this mad interior picture might easily be a fraud, taken from a clever stage setting. One must not be too credulous. But Roger was continuing.
Well, we shipped the box from Nome and got to London without any trouble. It was the first time we'd brought back anything that had a chance of coming alive. I didn't put it on display because there were more important things to do for it. It needed nourishment of sacrifice. For it was a god. Of course, I couldn't get the sort of sacrifice which it used to have in its day, for such things don't exist now. But there were other things which might do. The blood is the life, you know. Even the lemurs and elementals that are older than the earth will come when the blood of men or beast is offered under the right conditions. The expression of the narrator's face was growing very alarming and repulsive, so that Jones fidgeted involuntarily in his chair. Roger seemed to notice his guest's nervousness and continued with a distinctively evil smile. It was the last year that I got it, and ever since then I've been trying rites and sacrifices. Orabana hasn't been much help, for he's always against the idea of waking it. He hates it, probably because he's afraid of what it will come to mean. He carries a pistol at all times to protect himself. Fool. As if there were human protection against it. If I ever see him draw that pistol, I'll strangle him. He wanted me to kill it and make an effigy of it. But I've stuck to my plans, and I'm coming out on top in spite of all the cowards like Orabana. And damned sniggering skeptics like you, Jones. I've chanted the rites and made certain sacrifices, and last week the transition came. The sacrifice was received and enjoyed. Rogers actually licked his lips while Jones held himself uneasily rigid. The showman paused and rose, crossing the room to the piece of burlap at which he glanced so often. Bending down, he took hold of one corner as he spoke again. "You've laughed enough at my work. Now it's time for you to get some facts. Orabana tells me you heard a dog screaming around here this afternoon. Do you know what that meant?" Jones stared. For all his curiosity, he would have been glad to get out without further light on the point which had so puzzled him. But Roger was inexorable and began to lift the square of burlap. Beneath it lay a crushed, almost shapeless mass, which Jones was slow to classify. Was it a once living thing which some agency had flattened, sucked dry of blood, punctured in 1,000 places, and wrung into a limp, broken-boned heap of grotesqueness? After a moment, Joan realized what it must be. It was what was left of a dog, perhaps of considerable size and whitish color. Its breed was past recognition, for distortion had come in nameless and hideous ways. Most of the hair was burnt off, as if by some pungent acid, and the exposed, bloodless skin was riddled by innumerable circular wounds or incisions. The form of torture necessary to cause such results was past imagining. Electrified with a pure loathing which conjured his mounting disgust, Jones sprang up with a cry. "You damned sadist! You madman! You do a thing like this and dare to speak to a decent man!" Rogers dropped the burlap with a malign sneer and faced his oncoming guest. His words held an unnatural calm. "Why, you fool, do you think I did this? Let us admit that the results are unbeautiful from our limited human standpoint. What of it?
It's not human and does not pretend to be. To sacrifice is merely to offer. I gave the dog to it. What happened is its work, not mine. It needed the nourishment of the offering and took it in its own way. But let me shew you what it looks like. As Jones stood hesitatingly, the speaker returned to his desk and took up the photograph he had laid face down without shewing. Now he extended it with a curious look. Jones took it up and glanced at it in an almost mechanical way. After a moment, the visitor's glance became sharper and more observed. For the utter satanic force of the object depicted had an almost hypnotic effect. Certainly Rogers had outdone himself in modeling the eldritch nightmare which the camera had caught. The thing was a work of sheer infernal genius, and Jones wondered how the public would react when it was placed on exhibition. So hideous a thing had no right to exist. Probably the mere contemplation of it, after it was done, had completed the unhinging of its maker's mind and led him to worship it with brutal sacrifices. Only a stout sanity could resist the insidious suggestion that the blasphemy was, or had once been, some morbid and exotic form of actual life. The thing in the picture squatted or was balanced on what appeared to be a clever reproduction of the monstrous carved throne in the other curious photograph. To describe it with any ordinary vocabulary would be impossible, for nothing even roughly corresponded to it had ever come within the imagination of sane mankind. It represented something meant perhaps to be roughly connected with the vertebrates of this planet, though one could not be too sure of that. Its bulk was cyclopsian, for even squatted it towered to almost twice the height of Orabana, who was shewn beside it. Looking sharply, one might trace its approximation towards the bodily features of the higher vertebrates. There was an almost globular torso, with 6 long, sinuous limbs, terminating in crab-like claws. From the upper end, a subsidiary globe bulged forward, bubble-like, its triangle of 3 staring, fishy eyes. Its foot-long and evidently flexible proboscis and distended lateral system analogous to gills suggested that it was a head. Most of the body was covered with what at first appeared to be fur, but which on closer examination proved to be a dense growth of dark, slender tentacles or sucking filaments, each tipped with a mouth suggesting the head of an asp. On the head, and below the traditional serpent locks of Medusa. To say that such a thing could have an expression seemed paradoxical. Yet Jones felt that the triangle of bulging fish eyes that had obliquely posed proboscis all bespoke a blend of hate, greed, and sheer cruelty, incomprehensible to mankind, because mixed with other emotions not of the world or of this solar system. Into this bestial abnormality, he reflected, Rogers must have poured at once all his maligned insanity and all his uncanny sculptural genius. The thing was incredible, and yet the photograph proved that it existed. Rogers interrupted his reveries. Well, what do you think of it? Now do you wonder what crushed the dog and sucked it dry with a million mouths? It needed nourishment, and it will need more. Is it a god? and I the first priest of its latter-day hierarchy. Ea Shub Nagratha, the goat with 1,000 young. Jones lowered the photograph in disgust and pity. See here, Rogers, this won't do. There are limits, you know. It's a great piece of work and all, but it isn't good for you. Better not see it anymore. Let Orabana break it up and try to forget about it. Let me tear this beastly picture up, too. With a snarl, Rogers snatched the photograph and returned it to the desk. Idiot! And you still think it's all a fraud. You still think I made it, and you still think my figures are nothing but lifeless wax. Why, damn you, you're the worst clod than a wax image yourself. But I've got proof this time, and you're going to know. Not just now, for it's resting after the sacrifice, but later. Oh, yes, you will not doubt the power of it then. As Rogers glanced towards the padlock inner door, Jones retrieved his hat and stick from a nearby bench. Very well, Rogers. Let it be later. I must be going now, but I'll call around tomorrow afternoon. Think my advice over, and see if it doesn't sound sensible. Ask Orabana what he thinks, too. Rogers actually bared his teeth in wild beast fashion. Must be going now, eh? Afraid. After all, afraid. For all your bold talk. You say the effigies are only wax, yet you run away when I begin to prove that they aren't. You are like the fellows who take my standing bet that they daren't spend the night in the museum. Oh, they come boldly enough, but after an hour they shriek and hammer to get out. Want me to ask Orabana, eh? You two, always against me. You want to break down the coming earthly reign of it. Jones persevered his calm. No, Rogers, there's nobody against you, and I'm not afraid of your figures either, much as I admire your skill. But we're both a bit nervous tonight, and I fancy some rest will do us good. Again, Rogers checked his guest's departure. Not afraid, eh? Then why are you so anxious to go? Look here. Do you or don't you dare to stay alone in here in the dark? What's your hurry, if you don't believe in it? Some new idea seemed to have struck Rogers, and Jones eyed him closely. Why, I've no special hurry, but what would be gained by my staying here alone? What would it prove? Only my objection that it isn't very comfortable for sleeping. What good would it do either of us? This time it was Jones who was struck with an idea. He continued in a tone of consolation. See here, Rogers, I've asked you what it would prove if I've stayed. When we both know, it would prove that your effigies are just effigies, and that you oughtn't to let your imagination go the way it's been going lately. Suppose I do stay. If I stick it out till morning, will you agree to take a new view of things? Go on a vacation for 3 months or so, and let Orabana destroy that new thing of yours. Come now, isn't that fair? The expression on the showman's face was hard to read. It was obvious that he was thinking quickly, and that of sundry conflicting emotions. Malign triumph was getting the upper hand. His voice held a choking quality as he replied, Fair enough. If you do stick it out, I'll take your advice. But stick you must. We'll go out for dinner and come back. I'll lock you in the display room and go home. In the morning I'll come down ahead of Orabana. He comes half an hour before the rest, and see how you are. But don't try it unless you're very sure of your skepticism. Others have backed out. You have the chance. and I suppose a pounding on the outer door would always bring a constable. You may not like it so well after a while. You'll be in the same building, though not in the same room with it. As they left the rear door into the dingy courtyard, Rogers took with him the piece of burlap, weighted with a gruesome burden. Near the center of the court was a manhole, whose cover the showman had lifted quietly, and with a shuddersome suggestion of familiarity, burlap and all, the burden went down to the oblivion of a coaculal labyrinth. Joan shuddered and almost shrank from the gaunt figure by his side as they emerged into the street. By unspoken mutual consent, they did not dine together, but agreed to meet in front of the museum at 11. Jones hailed a cab and breathed more freely when he had crossed Waterloo Bridge and was approaching the brightly lit Strand. He dined in a quiet cafe and subsequently went to his home in Portland Place to bathe and get a few things. Idly he wondered what Rogers was doing. He had heard that the man had vast, dismal house in Walworth Road, full of obscure and forbidden books, occult paraphernalia, and wax images which he did not choose to place on exhibition. Orabana, he understood, lived in separate quarters in the same house. At 11, Jones found Rogers waiting by the basement door in Southwark Street. Their words were few, but each seemed taut with menacing tension. They agreed that the vaulted exhibition room alone should form the scene of the vigil, and Rogers did not insist that the watcher sit in the special adult cove of supreme horror, the showman, having extinguished all the lights with switches in the workroom, locked the door of that crypt with one of the keys on his grouted ring. Without shaking hands, he passed out the street door, locked it after him, and stamped up the worn steps to the sidewalk outside. As his tread receded, Jones realized that the long, tedious vigil had commenced. So quote. Horror in the Museum, Part 2, by H.P. Lovecraft, for Hazel Heald. Later, in the utter blackness of the great arched cellar, Jones cursed the childish naivety which had brought him there. For the first half hour, he had kept flashing on his pocket light at intervals, but now just sitting in the dark on one of the visitors' benches had become a more nerve-wracking thing. Every time the beam shot out, it lighted up some morbid, grotesque object. A guillotine, a nameless hybrid monster, a pasty-bearded face, crafty with evil, a body with red torrents streaming from a severed throat. Jones knew that no sinister reality was attached to these things, but after that first half hour, he preferred not to see them. Why had he bothered to humor that madman? He could scarcely imagine. It would have been much simpler merely to have let him alone, or to have called in a mental specialist. Probably, he reflected, it was the fellow feeling of one artist for another. There was so much genius in Rogers that he deserved every possible chance to be helped quietly out of his growing mania. Any man who could imagine and construct the incredible lifelike things that he had produced was surely not far from actual greatness. He had the fancy of a Cimée or a Doré joined to the minute scientific craftsmanship of a Blatchka. Indeed, he had done for the world of nightmares what the Blatchkas, with their marvelously accurate plant models, of finely wrought and colored glass had done for the world of botany. At midnight, the strokes of a distant clock filtered through the darkness, and Jones felt cheered by the message from a still surviving outside world. The vaulted museum chamber was like a tomb, ghastly in its utter solitude. Even a mouse would be cheering company. Yet Rogers had once boasted that for certain reasons, as he said, no mice or insect ever came near the place. That was very curious, yet it seemed to be true. The deadness and silence were virtually complete. If only something would make a sound. He shuffled his feet, and the echoes came spectrally out of the absolute stillness. He coughed, but there was something mocking in the staccato reverberations. He could not, he vowed, begin talking to himself. That meant nervous disintegration. Time seemed to pass with abnormal and disconcerting slowness. He could have sworn that hours had elapsed since he had last flashed the light on his watch. Yet there was only the stroke of midnight. He wished that his senses were not so preternaturally keen. Something in the darkness and stillness seemed to have sharpened them, so that they responded to faint imitations hardly strong enough to be called true impressions. His ears seemed at times to catch a faint, elusive caress, which could not quite be identified with the nocturnal hum of the squalid streets outside, and he thought of vague, irrelevant things like the music of spheres and the unknown, inaccessible life of alien dimensions pressing in on our own. Rogers often speculated about such things. The floating specks of light in his blackness-downed eyes seemed inclined to take on curious symmetries of pattern and motion. He had often wondered about those strange rays from the unplumbed depths which scintillated before us in the absence of all earthly illuminations, but he had never known any that behaved just as these were behaving. They lacked the restful aimlessness of ordinary light specks, suggesting some will and purpose remote from any terrestrial conception. Then there was that suggestion of odd stirrings. Nothing was open, yet in spite of the general draughtlessness, Jones felt that the air was not uniformly quiet. There were intangible variations in pressure, not quite decided enough to suggest the loathsome pawing of unseen elementals. It was abnormally chilly, too. He did not like any of this. The air tasted salty, as if it were mixed with the brine of dark, subterranean waters, and there was a hint of some odor which ineffable mustness. In the daytime, he never noticed that the waxen figures had an odor. Even now, that half-received hint was not the way wax figures ought to smell. It was more like the faint smell of specimens in a natural history museum. Curious, in view of Roger's claims that his figures were not all artificial. Indeed, it was probably that claim which made one's imagination conjure up the olfactory suspicion. One must guard against excesses of imagination. Had not such things driven poor Rogers mad? But the utter loneliness of this place was frightful. Even the distant chimes seemed to come from across cosmic gulfs. It made Jones think of that insane picture which Rogers had shewed him, the wildly carved chamber with the cryptic throne which the fellow had claimed was part of a 3-million-year-old ruin in the shunned and inaccessible solitudes of the Arctic. Perhaps Rogers had been to Alaska, But that picture was certainly nothing but stage scenery. It couldn't normally be otherwise, with all the carvings and those terrible symbols, and that monstrous shape supposed to have been found on that throne. What a flight of diseased fancy! Jones wondered how far he had actually was from the insane masterpiece in wax. Probably it was kept behind that heavy padlocked plank door leading somewhere out of the workroom. But it would never do to brood about a waxen image. Was not the present rooms full of such things? Some of them scarcely less horrible than the dreadful It. And beyond a thin canvas screen on the left was the adults-only alcove with its nameless phantoms of delirium. The proximity of the numberless waxen shapes began to get on Jones's nerves more and more as the quarter hours wore on. He knew the museum so well that he could not get rid of their usual images, even in total darkness. Indeed, the darkness had the effect of adding to the remembered images certain very disturbing imaginative overtones. The guillotine seemed to creak, and the bearded face of Landru, slayer of his 50 wives, twisted itself into expressions of monstrous menace. From the severed throat of Madame Demers, a hideous bubbling sound seemed to emanate, while the headless, legless victim of a drunk murder tried to edge closer and closer on its gory stumps. Jones began shutting his eyes to see if that would dim the images, but found it was useless. Besides, when he shut his eyes, the strange, purposeful patterns of light specks became more disturbingly pronounced. Then suddenly he began to keep the hideous image he had formerly been trying to banish. He tried to keep them because they were giving place to still more hideous ones. In spite of himself, his memory began reconstructing the utterly non-human blasphemies that lurked in the obscure corners. And these lumpish hybrids, growths oozed and wiggled towards him as though hunting him down in a circle. Black Sathgo molded itself from a toad-like gargoyle to a long, sinuous line with hundreds of rudimentary feet, and a lean, rubbery, night gaunt spread its wings as if to advance and smolder the watcher. Jones braced himself to keep from screaming. He knew he was reverting to the traditional terrors of his childhood, and resolved to use his adult reason to keep the phantoms at bay. It helped a bit, he found, to flash the light again. Frightful as were the images it shewed, these were not as bad as what his fancy called out of the utter blackness. But there were drawbacks. Even in the light of his torch, he could not help suspecting a slight, furtive trembling on the part of the canvas partition, screening off the terrible, adults-only alcove. He knew what lay beyond and shivered. Imagination called up the shocking form of fabulous Yog-Shoggoth, only a congeries of iridescent globes, yet stupendous in its malign suggestiveness. What was this accursed mass slowly floating towards him, bumping on the partition that stood in the way? A small bulge in the canvas far to the right suggested the sharp horn of Gnoth K, the hairy myth-thing of Greenland ice, that walked sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4, and sometimes on 6. To get this stuff out of his head, Jones walked boldly towards the hellish alcove, with torch burning steadily. Of course, none of his fears were true. Yet were not the long, facial tentacles of the great Cthulhu actually swaying, slowly and insidiously. He knew they were flexible, but he had not realized that the draft caused by his advance was enough to set them in motion. Returning to his former seat outside the alcove, he shut his eyes and let the symmetrical light specks do their worst. The distant clock boomed a single stroke. Could it be only one? He flashed the light of his watch and saw that it was precisely that hour. It would be hard indeed, waiting for morning. Rogers would be down at about 8 o'clock ahead of even Orabana. It would be light outside in the main basement long before that, but none of it could penetrate here. All the windows in this basement had been bricked up, but the 3 small ones facing the court. A pretty bad weight, all told. His ears were getting most of the hallucinations now, for he could swear he heard stealthy, plodding footsteps in the workroom behind the closed and locked door. He had no business thinking of that unexhibited horror which Rogers called it. The thing was a contamination. It had driven its maker mad, and now even its picture was calling up imaginative terrors. It could not be in the workroom. It was very obviously beyond that padlocked door of heavy planking. Those steps were certainly pure imagination. Then he thought he heard the key turn in the workroom door. Flashing on his torch, he saw nothing but the ancient 6-paneled portal in its proper position. Again he tried darkness and closed eyes, but there followed a harrowing illusion of creaking. Not the guillotine this time, but the slow, furtive opening of the workroom door. He would not scream. Once he screamed, he would be lost. There was a sort of padding or shuffling audible now, and it was slowly advancing towards him. He must retain command of himself. Had he not done so when the nameless brain shapes tried to close in on him? The shuffling crept nearer, and his resolution failed. He did not scream, but merely gulped out a challenge. "Who goes there? Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer, but the shuffling kept on. Jones did not know which he feared most to do, turn on the flashlight or stay in the dark, while the thing crept upon him. This thing was different. He felt profoundly from the other terrors of the evening. His fingers and throat worked spasmodically. Silence was impossible, and the suspense of utter blackness was beginning to be the most intolerable of all conditions. Again he cried out hysterically, "Halt! Who goes there?" as he switched on the revealing beams of his torch. Then, paralyzed by what he saw, he dropped the flashlight and screamed, not once, but many times. Shuffling towards him in the darkness was the gigantic, blasphemous form of a black thing not wholly ape and not wholly insect. Its hide hung loosely upon its frame, and its rugose, dead eyes, rudiment of a head, swayed drunkenly from side to side. Its forepaws were extended with talons spread wide, and its whole body was taut with murderous malignity, despite its utter lack of facial expression. After the screams and the final coming of darkness, it leaped, and in a moment had Jones pinned to the floor. There was no struggle, for the watcher had fainted. Jones's fainting spell could not have lasted more than a moment, for the nameless thing was apishly dragging him down through the darkness when he began recovering consciousness. What started him fully awake were the sounds which the thing was making, or rather, the voice with which it was making them. That voice was human, and it was familiar. Only one living being could be behind the hoarse, feverish accents which were chanting to an unknown horror. La, la, it was howling. I am coming, O Ran to Goth, coming with the nourishment. You have waited long and fed ill. Now you shall have what was promised, that and more. For instead of Orobana, it will be one of high degree who has doubted you. You shall crush and drain him with all his doubts, and grow strong thereby. And ever after among men shall he be shewn as a monument to your glory, Ran to Goth, infinite and invincible. I am your slave and high priest. You are hungry, and I provide. I read the sign and have led you forth. I shall feed you with blood, and you shall feed me with power. La Shub Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young. In an instant, all the terrors of the night dropped from Jones like a discarded cloak. He was again master of his mind, for he knew the very earthly and material peril he dealt with. This was no monster of fable, but a dangerous madman. It was Rogers, dressed in some nightmare covering of his own insane design, and about to make a frightful sacrifice to the devil god he has fashioned out of wax. Clearly he must have entered the workroom from the rear courtyard, donned his disguise, and then advanced to seize his neatly trapped and fear-broken victim. His strength was prodigious, and if he was to be thwarted, one must act quickly. Counting on the madman's confidence in his unconsciousness, he determined to take him by surprise. While his grasp was relatively lax, the feel of a threshold told him he was crossing into the pitch-black workroom. With the strength of mortal fear, Jones made a sudden spring from the half-recumbered posture in which he was being dragged. For an instant he was free of the astonished maniac's hands, and in another instant, a lucky lunge in the dark had put his own hands at his captor's weirdly concealed throat. Simultaneously, Rogers gripped him again, and without further preliminaries, the two were locked in a desperate struggle of life and death. Jones' athletic training, without a doubt, was his sole salvation. For his mad assailant, freed from every inhibition of fair play, decency, or even self-preservation, was an engine of savage destruction, as formidable as a wolf or a panther. Guttural cries sometimes punctured the hideous tussle in the dark. Blood spurted, clothing ripped, and Jones at last felt the actual throat of the maniac. Some of its spectral mask. Shorn of its spectral mask, he spoke not a word, but put every ounce of energy into the defense of his life. Rogers kicked, gouged, butted, bit, clawed, and spat, yet found strength to yelp out actual sentences at times. Most of his speech was in a ritualistic jargon, full of references to it or Ran to Goth. And to Jones's out-wrought nerves, it seemed as if the cries echoed from an infinite distance of demonic snorting and baying. Toward the last, they were rolling on the floor, overturning benches or striking against the walls, and the brick foundation of the central melting furnace. Up to the very end, Jones could not be certain of saving himself. But the chance finally intervened in his favor. A jab of his knee against Roger's chest produced a general relaxation, and a moment later, he knew he had won. Though hardly able to hold himself up, Jones rose and stumbled about the walls, seeking the light switch, for his flashlight was gone, together with most of his clothing. As he lurched along, he dragged his limp opponent with him, fearing a sudden attack when the madman came to. Finding the switch box, he fumbled until he had the right handle. Then, as the wildly disordered workroom burst into sudden radiance, he set about binding Rogers with such cords and belts as he could easily find. The fellow's disguise, or what was left of it, seemed to be made of a puzzling, queer sort of leather. For some reason it made Jones's flesh crawl to touch it, and there seemed to be an alien, rusty odor about it. In the normal clothes beneath it was Roger's keyring, and this the exhausted victor seized as his final passport to freedom. The shades at the small slit-like windows were all securely drawn, and he let them remain so. Washing off the blood of battle at a convenient sink, Jones donned the most ordinary-looking and least ill-fitting clothes he could find on the costume hooks. Testing the door to the courtyard, he found it fastened with a spring lock which did not require a key from the inside. He kept the keyring, however, to admit him on his return with aid, for plainly the thing to do was to call in an alienist. There was no telephone in the museum, but it would not take long to find an all-night restaurant or chemist shop where one could be had. He had almost opened the door to go when a torrent of hideous abuse from across the room told him that Rogers, whose visible injuries were confined to a long, deep scratch down the left cheek, had regained consciousness. "Fool, spawn of Nothyidik, and the Ephraim of Catherine, son of the dogs that howl in the maelstrom of Azathoth. You would have been sacred and immortal, and now you are betraying it and its priest. Beware, for it is hungry. It would have been Urabana, that damned treacherous dog ready to turn against me and it. But I give you this first honor instead. Now you both beware, for it is not gentle without its priest. Vengeance is at hand, do you know? You would have been immortal. Look at the furnace. There is the fire ready to light, and there is the wax in the kettle. I would have done with you as I have done with other once living forms. Hey, you who have vowed all my effigies are waxen, would have become a waxen effigy yourself. The furnace was all ready when it had its fill, and you were like that dog I shooed you. I would have made you flattened, punctured, fragments immortal. Wax would have done it. Haven't you said that I'm a great artist? Wax in every pore, wax over every square inch of you. And ever after the world would have looked at your mangled carcass and wondered how I ever imagined and made such a thing. Aye, and Orabana would have come next, and others after him. And thus would my waxen family have grown. Dog, do you still think I made all my effigies? Why not say preserved? You know by this time the strange places I've been to, and the strange things I've brought back. Coward! You could never face the dimensional shambler whose hide I put on to scare you. The mere sight of it alive, or even the full-fledged thought of it, would kill you instantly with fright. It waits, hungry for the blood that is the life. Rogers, propped against the wall, swayed to and fro in his bonds. "See here, Jones, if I let you go, will you let me go? It must be taken care of by its high priest, or Habana will be enough to keep it alive. And when he is finished, I will make his fragments immortal in wax for the world to see. It could have been you, but you have rejected the honor. I won't bother you again. Let me go, and I will share with you the power that it brings me. Great is Rontegoth. Let me go. Let me go. It is starving down there beyond the door, and if it dies, the old ones can never come back. Let me go." Jones merely shook his head. Though the hideousness of the showman's imaginings revolted him, Rogers, now staring wildly at the padlocked plank door, thumped his head again and again against the brick wall and kicked with his tightly bound ankles. Jones was afraid he would injure himself and advanced to bind him more firmly to some stationary object. Writhing, Rogers edged away from him and set up a series of frenetic ululations whose utter, monstrous inhumanness was appalling, and whose sheer volume was almost incredible. It seemed impossible that any human throat could produce noises so loud and piercing. But Jones felt that this continued, there would be no need to telephone for aid. It could not be long before a constable would investigate, even granting that there were no listening neighbors in this deserted warehouse district. "Wazaye! Wazaye!" howled the madman. "Yikai ha bo-e! Rontegoth! Cthulhu the flagon! I, Rontegoth! Rontegoth! Rontegoth!" The taunt-trussed creature, who had started squirming his way across the littered floor, now reached the padlocked plank door and commenced knocking his head thunderously against it. Jones dreaded the task of binding him further, and wished he were not so exhausted from the previous struggle. This violent aftermath was getting hideously on his nerves, and he began to feel a return of the nameless qualms he had felt in the dark. Everything about Rogers and his museum was so hellishly morbid and suggestive of black vistas beyond life. It was loathsome to think of the waxen masterpiece of abnormal genius which must, at the very moment, be lurking close at hand in the blackness beyond the heavy padlocked door. And now something happened which sent an additional chill down Jones's spine and caused every hair, even the tiny growths on the back of his hands, to bristle with a vague fright beyond classification. Rogers had suddenly stopped screaming and beating his head against the stout plank door, and was straining up to a sitting posture, head cocked on its side, as if listening intently for something. All at once a smile of devilish triumph spread over his face, and he began speaking intelligibly again, this time in a hoarse whisper, contrasting oddly with his former stertoronic howling. "Listen, fool, listen hard. It has heard me, and it is coming. Can't you hear it splashing out of its tank down there at the end of the runway? I dug it deep, because there was nothing too good for it. It is amphibious, you know. You saw the gills in the picture. It came to the earth from lead-gray Yuggoth, where the cities are under the warm, deep sea. It can't stand up in there. Too tall. Has to sit or crouch. Let me get my keys. We must let it out and kneel down before it. Then it will go out and find a dog or a cat or perhaps a drunken man.
to give it the nourishment it needs."
It was not what the madman said, but the way he said it that disorganized Jones so badly. The utter insane confidence and sincerity in that crazed whisper was damnably contagious. Imagination with such a stimulus could find an active menace in the devilish wax figure that lurked unseen just beyond the heavy planking. Eyeing the door in unholy fascination, Jones noticed that it bore several distinct cracks, though no marks or violent treatment were visible on this side. He wondered how large a room or closet lay behind it. Eyeing the door in unholy fashion, Jones noticed that it bore several distinct cracks, though no mark of violent treatment were visible on his side. He wondered how large a room or closet lay behind it, and how the waxen figure was arranged. The maniac's idea of a tank and a runway was as clever as all his other imaginings. Then, in one terrible instant, Jones completely lost the power to draw breath. The leather belt he had seized for Rogers, further strapping him, fell from his limp hands, and a spasm of shivering convulsed him from head to foot. He might have known the place would drive him mad as it had driven Rogers. And now he was mad. He was mad, for he now harbored hallucinations more weird than any which had assailed him earlier that night. The madman was bidding him hear the splashing of a mythical monster in a tank beyond the door, and now, God help him, he did hear it. Roger saw the spasm of horror reach Jones's face and transform it into a staring mask of fear. He cackled. "At last, fool, you believe. At last you know. You hear it, and it comes. Get me my keys, fool. We must do homage and serve it." But Jones was past paying attention to any human words, mad or sane. Phobic paralysis held him immobile and half-conscious, with wild images racing phantasmagorically through his helpless imagination. There was splashing, there was a paddling or shuffling, as if a great wet paw on a solid surface. Something was approaching. Into his nostrils from the cracks in the nightmare plank door poured a noisome animal stench, like and yet unlike that of the mammal cages at the zoological gardens in Regent Park. He didn't know whether Rogers was talking or not. Everything real had faded away, and he was a statue, obsessed with dreams and hallucinations so unnatural that they became almost objective and remote to him. He thought he heard a sniffing or snorting from the unknown gulf beyond the door, and when a sudden baying, trumpeting noise assailed his ears, he could not feel sure that it came from the tightly bound maniac, whose image swam uncertainly in his shaken vision. The photograph of the accursed, unseen wax thing persisted in floating through his consciousness. Such a thing had no right to exist. Had it not driven him mad? Even as he reflected, a fresh evidence of madness beset him. Something, he thought, was fumbling with the latch of the heavy padlock door. It was patting and pawing and pushing at the planks. There was a thudding on the stout wood, which grew louder and louder. The stench was horrible. And now the assault on that door. From the inside was a malign, determined pounding like the strokes of a battering ram. There was an ominous cracking, a splintering, a welling fetor, a falling plank, a black paw ending in a crab-like claw. "Help! Help! God help me!" Ah! With intense effort, Jones is today able to recall a sudden bursting of his fear paralysis into the liberation of frenzied automatic flight. What he evidently did must have paralleled curiously the wild, plunging flight of maddest nightmares, for he seemed to have leaped across the disordered crypt at the almost single bound, yanked open the outside door, which closed and locked itself after him with a clatter, sprung up the worn stone steps 3 at a time, and raced frantically and aimlessly out of the dank cobblestone court and through the squalid streets of Southwark. Here the memory ends. Jones does not know how he got home, and there was no evidence of him having hired a cab. Probably he raced all the way by blind instinct, over Waterloo Bridge, across the Strand and Charing Cross, and up Haymarket and Regent Street to his own neighborhood. He still had on the queer melange of museum costumes when he grew conscious enough to call the doctor. A week later, the nerve specialists allowed him to leave his bed and walk in the open air. But he had not told the specialists much. Over the whole experience hung a pall of madness and nightmare, and he felt that silence was the only course. When he was up, he scanned intently all the papers which had accumulated since that hideous night, but found no reference to anything queer at the museum. How much, after all, had been real? Where did reality end and the morbid dream begin? Had his mind gone wholly to pieces in that dark exhibition chamber? And had the whole fight with Rogers been a phantom of fever? It would help to put him on his feet if he could settle some of these maddening points. He must have seen that damnable photograph of the wax image called It, for no brain but Rogers could have conceived such a blasphemy. It was a fortnight before he dared enter Southwark Street again. He went in the middle of the morning, when there was the greatest amount of sane, wholesome activity around the ancient crumbling shops and warehouses. The museum sign was still there, and as he approached he saw that the place was open. The gateman nodded in pleasant recognition as he summoned up the courage to enter, and in the vaulted chamber below an attendant touched his cap cheerfully. Perhaps everything had been a dream? Would he dare to knock at the door of the workroom and look for Rogers? Then Orabana advanced to greet him. His dark, sleek face was a trite sardonic, but Jones felt that he was not unfriendly. He spoke with a trace of an accent. "Good morning, Mr. Jones. It is some time since we've seen you here. Did you wish to see Mr. Rogers? I'm sorry, but he is away. He had word of business in America and had to go. Yes, it was very sudden. And I'm in charge now, here and at the house. I try to maintain Mr. Rogers' high standard till he is back." The foreigner smiled, perhaps from affability alone. Jones scarcely knew how to reply, but managed to mumble out a few inquiries about the day after his visit. Orabana seemed greatly amused by the questions, and took considerable care in framing his replies. "Oh, yes, Mr. Jones. The 28th of last month. I remember it for many reasons. In the morning before Mr. Rogers got here, you understand, I found the workroom in quite a mess. There was a great deal of cleaning up to do. There had been late work, you see. Important new specimen given its secondary baking process. I took complete charge when I came. It was a hard specimen to prepare, but of course Mr. Rogers had taught me a great deal. He is, as you know, a very great artist. When he came, he helped me complete the specimen, helped very materially, I assure you. But he left soon without even greeting the men. As I tell you, he was called away suddenly. There were important chemical reactions involved. They made loud noises. In fact, some teamsters in the court outside fancied they heard several pistol shots. Very amusing idea. As for the new specimen, that matter is very unfortunate. It is a great masterpiece, designed and made, you understand, by Mr. Rogers. He will see about it when he gets back. Again, Orabana smiled. The police, you know. We put it on display a week ago. There were 2 or 3 faintings. One poor fellow had an epileptic fit in front of it. You see, it's a trifle stronger than the rest. Larger, for one thing. Of course, it was in the adult alcove. The next day, a couple of men from Scotland Yard looked it over and said it was too morbid to be shown. Said we'd have to remove it. It was a tremendous shame. Such a masterpiece of art. But I didn't feel justified in appealing to the courts in Mr. Rogers' absence. He would not like so much publicity with the police now. But when he gets back. For some reason or other, Jones felt a mounting tide of uneasiness and repulsion. But Orabana was continuing. You are a connoisseur, Mr. Jones. I am sure I violate no law in offering you a private view. It may be subject, of course, to Mr. Rogers' wishes, that we shall destroy the specimen some day. But that would be a crime. Jones had a powerful impulse to refuse the sight and flee precipitously. But Orabana was leading him forward by the arm with an artist's enthusiasm. The adult alcove, crowded with nameless horrors, held no visitors. In the farthest corner, a large niche had been curtained off, and to this the smiling assistant advanced. You must know, Mr. Jones, that the title of this specimen is The Sacrifice to Ron to Goth. Jones started violently, but Orabana appeared not to notice. The shapeless, colossal god is a feature in certain obscure legends which Mr. Rogers has studied. All nonsense, of course, as you've so often assured Mr. Rogers. It is supposed to have come from outer space, and to have lived in the Arctic 3 million years ago. It treated its sacrifices rather peculiarly and horribly, as you shall see. Mr. Rogers has made it fiendishly lifelike, even to the face of the victim. Now trembling violently, Jones clung to the brass railing in front of the curtained niche. He almost reached out to stop Orabana when he saw the curtain begin to swing aside, but some conflicting impulse held him back. The foreigner smiled triumphantly. Behold! Jones reeled in spite of his grip on the railing. God! Great God! Fully 10 feet high, despite a shambling, crouching attitude expressive of infinite cosmic malignancy, a monstrosity of unbelievable horror, was shewn, starting forward from a cyclopsean ivory throne, covered with grotesque carvings. In the center pair of its 6 legs it bore a crushed, flattened, distorted, bloodless thing, riddled with 1,000,000 punctures, and in places seared as with some pungent acid. Only the mangled head of the victim, lolling upside down at one side, revealed that it represented something once human. The monster itself needed no title for one who had seen a certain hellish photograph. That damnable print had been all too faithful, yet it could not carry the full horror which lay in the gigantic actuality. The globular torso, the bubble-like suggestion of a head, the 3 fishy eyes, the foot-long proboscis, the bulging gills, the monstrous capillation of asp-like suckers, the 6 sinuous limbs with their black paws and crab-like claws. God, the familiarity of the black paw ending in a crab-like claw. Orobana's smile was utterly damnable. Jones choked and stared at the hideous exhibit with a mounting fascination, which perplexed and disturbed him. What half-revealed horror was holding and forcing him to look longer and search out details? This had driven Rogers mad. Rogers, supreme artist, said they weren't artificial. Then he localized the thing that held him. It was the crushed waxen victim's lolling head and something that it implied. This head was not entirely devoid of a face, and that face was familiar. It was like the mad face of poor Rogers. Jones peered closer, hardly knowing why he was driven to do so. Wasn't it natural for a mad egotist to mold his own features into his masterpiece? Was there anything more than subconscious vision had seized on and suppressed in sheer terror? The wax of the mangled face had been handled with boundless dexterity. Those punctures, how perfectly they reproduced the myriad wounds somehow afflicted on that poor dog. But there was something more. On the left cheek, one could trace an irregularity which seemed outside the general scheme, as if the sculptor had sought to cover up a defect of his first molding. The more Jones looked at it, the more mysteriously it horrified him. And then, suddenly, he remembered a madman and the long, deep scratch down the left cheek of the actual living Rogers. Jones, releasing his desperate clutch on the railing, sank in a total faint. Orobana continued to smile. So quoth this raven. My darlings, this half was so fun to narrate. It's fun to let your maddened side go a bit. I do hope you've enjoyed, and if you're still awake, give it a like. And sleep well. Special thanks to my Patreon supporters, Ermin, Darren and Jennifer, Laura, Mutant Artificial Intelligence, Tabby Cat, and of course, Charlotte Emerson. And Cortez Williams.